and it is moving to the northwest at about 20 miles per hour. So we are going to continue to watch this as it looks still fairly impressive at this time, Brian.
Yeah, Mal, I'm concerned that it's showing up in colors I haven't seen on our radar locally. And what I may have you do is run over and the correlation coefficient, the CC tab. Look for the CC tab because, that, again, as I zoom in a little closer here, we are looking at the storm just south of Deer Park, and it has had a really good indication of doing some rotating as we see the greens and reds that Mal has been talking about. And we've had some indication for the back room. If we could bring the wall hot, that would be great, please. We are watching this storm move north-northwest, watching for areas of blue and black in particular. I'm going to circle this area. It's some of the darker blues. I'm going to go back over to the velocity. It looks like it's jumped a little bit. Let's go back in a little bit closer. This is cycling. Little tornado here. Let's put it into motion. Watch this thing roll, tightly packed, green and red going toward. And on the last few frames, looks like it has started to move to the northwest. So that puts you in Hualapai here in a little more, I'd say, precarious position. So you want to make sure that you're in your safe spot. Let's pause down and show you what we've got. Mal is helping us out. Tornado warning is only for Deer Park right now. We may see it extended here shortly over toward Hualapai. So let's get rid of the warning and circle those areas. The green going toward the radar, the red going away from radar. You're going to hear a lot about this. You're probably going to get a really good radar education out of this one the next few days as the storms, at least today and tonight, tomorrow, produce areas of some rotation. Shear, that is our spin. Very good indication that we've got the shear going in this storm. How about we take a look at the severe threat? We did have a little pixel of red showing winds over 58 miles per hour. Still thinking this at some point has touched down. Still thinking it probably did some damage down in northwestern Indian River County. You see a little bit of a notch that has developed, and this is southwest of Deer Park. So let's do this. Let's back out even more, and then we'll take a tracker on this one. I might have to walk over and actually do an hour-long track if this doesn't match up with any cities. I'll take the strongest part. So you're already seeing heavy rain in Hualapai, Deer Park, edge of the screen. The edge of the spinning storm itself, moving to the north, mainly rural areas. Let me go ahead and take that, do a 60-minute track and see what we can put out there. Looks like the continuation of that tornado warning.
Yeah, until 3 o'clock just for Osceola.
Until 3. 60. And notice now we get it into Orange County if it holds together. Actually, well, let's watch for that update. It looks like it's starting to turn a little more northwesterly, which I would start to be concerned in Hualapai. But this has Weehawhoty at 346. But those of you in Hualapai, this is going to come very close. And let's zoom in.
What's that?
Any updates?
Moving northwest at 20.
It is moving northwest at 20. Okay. For some reason I was thinking north. So moving northwest, and that does kind of put it in the general direction of Hualapai. So those of you in Hualapai right now need to be on alert that this is kind of heading in your direction. Let's see if I can find that. These are going to be moving fairly fast. And I have a feeling what we're going to see is they're going to pick up speed even more here over the next couple of hours. But again, it's this particular storm. We're sticking with it. One of the reasons we're sticking with this is because we did look like probably have some damage in northwest Indian River County. We've had signatures on Quaistron 13 we haven't seen in quite some time. And now it's rolling toward Hualapai and Deer Park. Okay, so we got the green pixels, colors going toward the radar, the red's away. This is mainly out in the rural areas, the pastures of eastern Osceola County. So if you're a rancher, these are the areas of concern south of Deer Park for the potential for some damage if you've got property. Don't want you to go running out there, driving out there now. This is not the time to do that because we've got hurricane warnings in place and the storms are starting to kick up a little bit more. And not only that, we've got a long night of very strong wind ahead of us. The wind is going to start to crank up. Looks like it's starting to weaken just a bit, huh? Mal, what do you think? As you're looking at this storm, it looks like it's going through kind of cycles. It kind of comes up, goes down, comes up, goes down.
Yeah, that's right. And earlier we had those gusts you were seeing inbound winds that were up close to even 60 miles per hour. I think there was one that we queried about 58. It's starting to drop into the 30s, so maybe a little bit of indication that there could be some weakening on this area of of rotation. But of course, there is still rotation in this particular warning that we're watching push off to the northwest at about 20 miles per hour, and also watching some other areas as well. And I do want to get back to this tornado warning and back to Brian kind of covering that, but I want to click over really quickly to our tropical satellite. Maureen is telling me that we are very, very close to a potential landfall, so we could be within minutes of it actually pushing ashore just off to the south along the Gulf Coast of Florida. So we are keeping an eye on Hurricane Ian and getting close to making landfall at this time. And of course, it is because of Ian that we're getting those outer bands that are spinning around. And now we've been dealing here for about the past hour of those tornado warnings. We do have this one that's set to go. I'll throw back on this warning just in case you're tuning in at this point. Maybe your phone went off saying that there was a warning in your county. This is in the southeastern portions of Osceola County. It does include Deer Park. It is off to the east of the Florida Turnpike, set to go until 3 o'clock, and we're still seeing that rotation in the area. So as we come up on the top of the hour, we could see it extended maybe just a bit, and if it does, Brian had that track out a little while ago that showed that it could be getting close to Orange County, but hopefully it weakens by that time. We're going to continue to watch some of those outer bands here over the next several hours pushing through, and that could bring those spin-ups as well. And I want to zoom back out here just a bit and click over to our velocities just to make sure that we don't have any other areas that we could be seeing that tightening of rotation at this time. Nothing that is popping out at this point. What do you think?
Hey, Mal, why don't you go over? Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything that jumps out outside of the one Osceola. Why don't you go over here? I'll do it. Here, you're right. I'm not seeing much out here, but I'm really curious. The wind is coming into Polk County. Let's take some pixels. The winds are rotating around, so this is actually kind of pushing back and away from, it's moving, basically pushing back toward the west. But Haines City, Davenport, Winter Haven, Cypress Gardens. Let's see what we've got in some of these pixels.
New tornado warning.
New tornado warning. 60, 60, 60, 60. I'm getting a lot of 50 to 60s. Yeah. 63 north of Davenport. So where is this tornado warning?
Northeast Osceola.
Northeast Osceola, includes Deer Park, Holopah. Okay, so tornado warning in effect. Mal, you and Mo, why don't you guys communicate that info and go back over. I'm going to go over there. While you guys are talking about the info on that one, go ahead and do that out loud if you want. Because what I'm going to do is zoom back into it. So you said it's moving
Northwest at 25.
Northwest at 25. So that's the storm we've been watching. It started way down here in Indian River County, more than likely produced some damage down in northwestern Indian River County. I saw radar, the pixels, what we call gate-to-gate shear. That is when you get a really bright red or really bright green together, but in colors that I haven't seen in a very long time. And so that was a concern. So we started tracking. There is our rotation, the storm threat, the rotation, and I'd say this is really what this does is helps us pick out the rotating storms. This is the shear, so as you're going up the atmosphere, the wind changing direction and speed with height. And that is really flashing. So, by the way, this comes up close to Harmony. So for my family in Harmony, hopefully you're watching this storm very closely. Let's go back over to the radar. I'll circle a couple of areas. I'm going to get rid of the tornado warning. Circle a couple of areas. Let's start with the velocity, which is the green and the red. So yes, we're still getting, let's get rid of the lightning here because that's really not going to help us at this point. Really bright colors that are appearing now southwest of Deer Park. I'll put it into motion because what I want to show you is as it's coming up, look how tightly the greens, those bright greens and bright reds, come together southwest of Deer Park. So the very latest scan for us, we've got a really bright area of pixels, the red, that is actually going away from the radar. The green's going toward the radar. It looks like it's starting to fan some of that wind out just a little bit. Let's see what else we've got here. Storm shear rate, we talked about how it's really there. Not much in as far as the storm threat just yet. But this is our new tornado warned storm. So as I back out, put a tracker on it for you. And let's see here. Holopah, Harmony, northwest. And you guys said at 20 miles per hour?
25.
25. I think it's easier for me to take it from the velocity. 25. So northwest, 25 to 30. Holopah, let's see, it's 256, just about 257. Holopah, 312. and that's when I need you in your safe spot. So let's get some safety tips here on where you should be with these storms. This isn't going to be the only tornado warning, or the couple that we've already had. I know you guys actually had some this morning. This isn't going to be the only warning that we're having to contend with. So Mal, what are some tips on what people could do in this situation?
Yeah, well,
While I actually go through some of these tips here, I do want to call back to the control room. Is it DOT camera?
DOT 3, we have a camera. Canoe Creek Service Station.
Yeah, if we could maybe try to get that DOT camera down in Osceola County, we may be able to pick up this particular storm. But here's a few tips that we have in terms of tornado warnings. Yeah, we'll get back to those tips for you. So this is the Canoe Creek Service Plaza area. Just looking at some heavy rain. Unfortunately, it's kind of aimed to the ground a bit. I wish I could see the sky a little more there off in the distance. But, you know, we'll watch this in case this storm does roll up in that direction. We could possibly see some of this stormy weather push through. And of course, it's shaking just a bit with a gustier wind, and you can see some sprinkles showing up as well. So you're in your house, you may be watching the movie and just waiting for Ian to pass. We do have shelter within a shelter protocol when it comes to tornado safety. So because the winds could be a little bit higher than what we're seeing with some of these bands at this time as a tornado is possibly pushing through, head to your lowest floor. You'll want to head to an interior room and bring something to protect your head. You may have your windows boarded up, and that's great, but just in case you do have some debris that comes down, you want to be able to protect yourself from the potential of a tornado that is pushing through. But we're going to continue to watch that. I do actually want to check out some of the wind speeds at this point because they have certainly been picking up here. And we do have winds in Orlando at 30 miles per hour, Kissimmee at, it looks like 26 miles per hour. And we are going to continue to see these numbers climb with gusts even higher, but especially where we do have that tornado warning at this time in parts of Osceola County that is now set to go until 3:30. And it does look like with the latest scans, Brian, that might be slightly weakening just a bit.
Yeah, and this one in itself is doing these little things where it's kind of coming down, getting a little closer to the ground, maybe touching down, then coming back up into the sky, then rotating back down close to the ground. And this is all in those outer bands, the squalls. Let's reset as we approach 3 o'clock because we are going to be waiting, very anxiously waiting for the 3 o'clock updates. And Maureen's going to pass this along as soon as it comes in because it really does look like we are getting very close to a landfall near Charlotte Harbor with Ian. Yeah, the scan itself still showing us we've got rotation. We've got the red that is going away, the green going toward. Let's zoom in, match this up with our products, kind of put that cake together. We'll layer up the cake, layered cake here. That sounds really good right now. In any case, looks like it's just southwest of Deer Park, south of Highway 192, east of North Kenansville Road. This is an area where we've been watching closely. The storm itself kind of matches a little bit of what we could see here as I'm watching the radar, a little bit of a lower reflectivity kind of wrapping in, and that matches very closely with what I'm seeing in the wind product. How about that shear we always discuss? Perfect match to the shear. So we've put those layers together. Our layer cake is together for what could be a tornado that may be touching down, and this again south of Highway 192. Hullapaw right at the edge of your screen here. So if you live in Hullapaw, this is going to scoop between you and Deer Park as it crosses 192, and it looks like Harris Road. So as we go back over to the radar, those of you on Harris Road, and actually I'll zoom in a little closer here. For those of you who may not be watching or you're just listening at this point, for those of you at Owens Road, Harris Road, Palm Frond Road, and Henry Lane, please be in your safe spot right now, away from windows. You've got what will probably be a tornado. It may be close to touching down. It has more than likely touched down a couple of times, and this is going to come right up and over. We'll be watching that debris detector. It was giving us a good indication that we had the debris down in northwestern Indian River County, and we are looking very close here as far as the potential of this coming on up. We've got a DOT cam. I want to actually take you, where are we at? This is into Kissimmee, right? All right, Turnpike in Kissimmee. Yeah, we've got some squally weather there. And you see a little standing water on the roads. Notice the trees. They're starting to sway a little bit more. This is well out away from this particular storm, but nonetheless, you are seeing the squalls. This is FL 511 sharing this camera shot with us. All right, we've got 408 near Crystal Lake. This is a little more impressive with the rain. A very heavy rainfall. It's still a lot of traffic out. I tell you, when I came into work this morning, I couldn't believe how many of you were still on the road. And what we've asked is that you really kind of put yourself in place now for the rest of today and tonight. The wind is ramping up. We're already looking at winds that are probably over 50 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour, starting to move into Polk County. And so our conditions are going to begin to go downhill from here through tonight. So get home, stay put, tune in. We're going to be here all night and during the day tomorrow to cover this storm. Anything new coming on in, guys?
3 o'clock update came in, about to make landfall.
About.
They didn't declare it as landfall.
All right, Maureen said that it is about to make landfall. Ian is about to make landfall. Let's go down there really quickly on Klystron 13. About to make landfall, probably within an hour, not even. Probably before 3:30, 3:45. Okay, so here, the eye wall made it across Captiva and Sanibel. It produced 126 mile per hour gust at Captiva earlier, and the eye wall itself has come on shore. But we do not consider this a landfall until the eye, the center, crosses onto land. It's coming right into Charlotte Harbor. Port Charlotte is on the worst part of this storm right now. If you have friends and family in Port Charlotte, hopefully they evacuated or they are in a safe place. Keep them in your prayers, because this is going to be a devastating storm here from Venice through Port Charlotte. The worst will stay just north of Fort Myers, but Fort Myers just took a lashing from the outer eye wall as it rolled by. But again, this is about, as Maureen was telling us, about to make a landfall. And so that is going to have implications upstream on how this wiggles out. Let's back up and go into our area, put everything into motion. Showers and storms, and here it's 3:03, just about 3:04. You're watching Spectrum News 13, continuous coverage. We have tornado warnings that are in place. That is why we're continuing our coverage, taking a quick break from our field crews who are in safe places as well. We go through all of this with our crews, make sure they're in a safe place. If they look like they're going to be in any kind of danger, we tell them, hey, time to move out, move on to safety. We'll get to some of our crews and our news coverage, but right now we've got a tornado warning, and it's in effect until 3:30. Is that what you guys told me?
Yes.
A lot of information going here.
Yeah.
So everything rotating around the center of circulation. Very heavy rain falling. Parts of Volusia County, Brevard County, Orange County, Seminole County, Sanford really coming down now. Back down a little bit. Each one of these capable of producing a brief tornado spin up. But the one that we've been the most concerned about has really been the one that has rolled out of Indian River County, and more than likely doing some damage in northwest Indian River County, crossing southwest, the far tip, southwest tip of Brevard, and then now into Osceola County. And let's see if I could track this one out for you, because, well, it looks like it's broadening. And this is some good news for those of you that are in Holopaw as well as Harmony. It is broadening out. It's crossing just now. It looks like the heaviest wind is starting to spread out over Deer Park. Let's take a sample and see what we've got. Pixel-wise, looks like we've got some winds that are over 30 to 40 miles per hour, but the rotation itself it looks like it's tightening a little bit as we've got the green that is going back toward the radar, the red going away. So our area of concern right now that continues, and do this with my right hand. I'm right-handed, and so this is a little bit more difficult with that left hand. Let's track, there we go. Oh, 2 circulations. We're watching the one on 192. So Mal and Mo, help me with that one. Pay attention to the cell that is on 192. It's starting to gain some intensity, and then we've got our other cell here. So I'm going to track the first one out as it's moving off just outside there, just east of Holopaw and just east of Harmony. This new one is also probably going to stay in mainly rural areas, but the new development that is rotating right on 192. Okay, let's go right on in. And as we do, I'm going to take a little pixel sample here, and it's near Osceola Drive. That's 55 miles per hour, so a pretty good gust that's crossing 192. We'll go down, and that's now the rotation. It looks like it's going to cross up near Palm Fronds Road and Harris Road, and then eventually cross 192. So we've got a couple of circulations that have developed, and we'll be curious to see. Hey, have you guys heard anything coming out of Polk County as far as the winds yet?
Nothing in particular, just kind of watching it race quickly off to the north with potential of gusts up to 60 at this point.
Yeah. And for our crews in the back, cameras down I-4, Polk City, Lakeland, Auburndale, those cameras are going to be the best right now, especially out, I'd say I-4, south of Champions Gate on I-4. That's going to be our best bet. Amazing satellite images coming to us of this storm, this massive Category 4 hurricane. We've been talking about this for days, getting you up to speed on what we need to do. We have done this without bringing you any hype, because here at Spectrum News 13, it's the one thing we really focus on. We're all going through the storm, we know that. We don't want to hype and scare, because that doesn't do you any good. And so we're focused on how we're going to keep each other safe, and then afterwards we're going to clean up. It's all that we're going to do here is focus on this storm as it gets closer. Conditions are going to get intense. For those of you who have lived here, think back to some of our storms that have come through recently. Irma, you know, some of those storms like Matthew getting near us just offshore. So it does get intense. For those of you who are new, and there's a lot of new folks in town that are tuning in and wondering what is going to occur. As long as you have been prepared, don't be scared, just be prepared. As long as you are prepared, the storm is going to come in. We're going to lose power in many places. We will have damage. Yes, that is inevitable, but it's possessions. We're really focused on keeping you safe. Your lives are what matter the most. Okay, so back to our radar. We're getting very strong wind coming up through Polk County at this point. And what I think I'm going to do is, Mal, I'm going to have you go ahead and take over and maybe cover what else we've got around the area, and if we have any other maybe rotating storms that are trying to pop up.
Yeah, so we're continuing to track some activity that is down into Osceola County. And David, you were mentioning a camera. Is there a camera that is showing anything in particular? Okay, so yeah, they had that satellite picture of Ian that's getting very close to landfall, and of course, once we get that official word that it has made landfall, we'll bring it to your attention. So we'll go back to our radar picture at this time, and we do have that one tornado warning for now that is in parts of Osceola County. So I'll throw up that warning for you so that you can get a good idea of exactly where that is at this time. And this was earlier in southern Brevard County and then has pushed over into Osceola County and has really kind of held together for a decent amount of time now. We've been talking for a little over an hour on this particular cell that has the possibility for some rotation and some high gusty wind. So within this tornado, I am looking at not only that rotation, but we also have some areas, it looks like it just updated, and some of the winds have dropped back just a bit, but still a few areas over 40 to even at times over 50 miles per hour with some of those wind gusts. Now, as I pull this back out and look more to the north, I've been keeping an eye in Volusia County. There's nothing strong at this point, and again, not a warning at this time, but there are some areas at times I'm seeing some broad rotation that's showing up with a few of the outer bands. And as we look at some of our Doppler winds, I want to see exactly what we're dealing with this time. We could be seeing some pretty strong wind gusts that are moving through with some of those outer bands at this point as well. And I am watching some of our cameras here as I switch over and show you our Bogan Munz and Munz camera at Cocoa Beach Shepherd Park. You can see the camera shaking just a bit. We also have some of those heavy showers you can see kind of rolling by the camera lens. Now, I'm not going to be able to change the banner for you at this time, but I want to switch over to our Sanford. Now, this is our RP funding camera in Sanford. I've been also watching this. A little while ago was actually some heavier showers rolling through, and you can see the camera bouncing as well as that palm tree swaying back and forth. Some of the boats there are starting to wobble quite a bit. Maureen?
It made landfall.
Okay.
It made landfall. I just want to let you guys know that.
All right, so we have an official landfall at this point. I'm going to switch back over to our radar picture.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one on Klystron 13. Yeah. Here, I'll switch the sources over for you since, okay. Let's switch the sources over for you. Nope, okay. You're fine. A lot going on.
Yeah, so on Klystron 13, we just had an official word of landfall. Do we know the exact spot, Maureen?
Yes, made landfall near Cayo Costa around 3:05, and it made landfall with pressure. The last pressure is 940 millibars, so it's come up just a touch. Winds of 150.
Okay, so 150, and you know, I was looking at some stats on this, Brian, as well, and this is only the 5th time that we have had a landfalling hurricane, now officially a landfalling hurricane that has occurred in Florida.
Wow, it's pretty impressive. Do you guys recall the one that made landfall, I believe, 18 years ago, Punta Gorda? That was Charlie. This is not, and I need to reiterate, this is not Charlie. It's not like Charlie, but it doesn't matter if it's like Charlie. Each storm is individual. Each storm is unique. Charlie was much, much smaller. Took a right-hand jab and up I-4, or near I-4. This is a slower moving storm. It's much, much bigger, broader, and it's going to wobble slowly up the peninsula. So this is, I know there's a lot of comparisons to Charlie, but each storm is significant in its own, and this will be a historic one, and I only imagine the damage that is currently underway Northport to Port Charlotte and just north of the Fort Myers area, where now, you've heard Maureen and Mallory mention, we have a landfalling hurricane in Ian. So, you know what? Let's gather the troops and discuss a little bit about the path now. So, why don't you guys, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to do a couple of quick things on the radar, and we're still in a tornado warning in parts of Osceola County, but let's take a look at the path and see where this is headed. There you go. Thank you. So it's now on land. And Maureen, did you say 155 mile per hour winds?
150.
150.
Yeah.
So it came down just a tiny bit. So this will go down in the record books as a Category 4 hurricane at landfall in southwest Florida. Notice how it continues a Cat 3, which is a major hurricane. You can get Cat 3 and higher for those of you who are new to Central Florida. Cat 3 and higher is where we actually are considering it a major hurricane. It stays that way, and it looks like kind of comes up, and then eventually it will start to weaken just a bit. Probably still a Category 1 hurricane up through Polk County, and coming up, maybe still a Cat 1 that actually comes up into Osceola and Orange. Looks like you guys are, there we go. Getting some stuff done, and I'll get out of your way with that. No big deal. Again, fluid. We got a lot going on in here, and we're trying to keep you guys as informed as possible as we have Hurricane Ian on land in southwest Florida. The outer bands kicking around, and let's stop down, point out that tornado warning storm. It's a very large complex now, so it's going to be a little harder to pick out some of the rotation. So we'll zoom on in. And again, it looks like now, kind of getting close to Holopah. I'm just going to circle and outline an area where I'm watching the potential. And then I'm going to go over, we'll take a look at the velocity. Yeah, a little
Brian,
bit broad.
it does look like they've canceled that now.
Did they?
Too.
Okay,
yeah.
Good. That's good news. Just don't let your guard down in Holopah and Harmony. But at this point, for our control room crew, a couple things. Now that the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, and we have a landfalling hurricane, and we pass it along, I want to get back to you guys in the control room. Just steer me in the direction you want me to go. Eric, it looks like landfall occurred just shortly after 3, southwest corner coming into Charlotte Harbor, a Category 4 storm, 150 mile per hour winds. We do have a tornado watch in effect here for Seminole, Orange, Osceola, Brevard County until 5. I have a feeling it's probably going to get extended. So right now. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, nope, sorry, I was asking. See, the fluid situation. I was asking my producer, are we going, we have a couple of videos. Brian, thank you very much for the comprehensive analysis on the tornado warnings. Obviously very important, and we've been talking about these tropical tornadoes is the term that Brian and the certified weather experts have been using. Do we want to go to Flagler now, or do we want to show the videos? Okay, let's go to some. We want to show some videos because other parts of Florida right now are getting lashed big time. This, I believe, is from Anna Maria Island, from what we have been seeing. And you can see that right there, the very hardy palm trees getting good lashing from that. But let's go to Pine Island. This is in Lee County, which the county seat of Lee County, it's where Cape Coral and Fort Myers is. That is from Pine Island right now, and you can see the waves. This is the area, in general, where the eye made landfall. Absolutely incredible. Volusia County is giving us a news update right now. Let's listen. And all right, so we were Obviously hoping to give you the information from Volusia, obviously having an issue with the audio. We were taking it from the source from Volusia County. As soon as we get that information that was brought to you, we will let you know. Obviously, the situation here in Central Florida is getting to a point where it's not safe to travel either on the road, and it hasn't been safe to travel for quite some time in the air.
I would like to bring
Orlando International Airport did the last the last flight to leave the airport was about 10:30 this morning, and that announcement was made yesterday. The airport, though, is not officially closed. No commercial flights are going in and out. But they decided to keep the airport open in the event that some emergency supplies would have to be brought in. Spectrum News 13's Jeff Allen is at the airport with more details on the status of the airport right now.
The airport will stay open for any possible emergency aid or relief flights that may need to come in here during the course of the storm, but no commercial flights for now. In fact, the airport is closed off to passengers here. They have this closed off here at the front entrance of Terminal A, and this is about as empty as you will see it. And speaking of empty, over here at the TSA checkpoint lines where you would normally see long lines, there are no lines, anything going on there because all of that is shut down for now. Now, at the ticket counters, check-in areas at the front entrances to the terminals, they are covered up, we're told, just as a precaution in case wind or rain would somehow blow in those front windows and doors of the airport. Now, jet bridges are tied down and crews are still taking some final steps to secure the airport so it's ready for the storm.
Everything is out that was going to get out. Right now we're moving a few aircraft around to get them away from the gates, to get them over to the hangars or over onto the ramp and get them secured. So we're in the last minute preparations now for the airport.
The airport authority is really stressing to the public that the airport is closed to the public at this time and is not a shelter. Anyone arriving to the airport during the storm will be taken to an approved storm shelter. Now, there are a lot of canceled flights. Of course, all of them that were going to happen today are canceled up there on the boards. The big question now, when will the airport reopen? Airport authority tells us that they hope to reopen sometime on Friday, but that depends on if there's any damage to the airport and how long it would take to repair any potential damage. We'll, of course, keep you posted on when they reopen. For now, reporting on scene at Orlando International Airport, Jeff Allen, Spectrum News.
Okay, Jeff, thank you very much. We want to mention the shelters, but I also do want to mention there is a countywide curfew in Flagler County as of 8 o'clock tonight. We just are learning this. The curfew is for the entire county, even though the evacuation order only includes Zone A. The curfew, again, countywide curfew in Flagler County from 8 o'clock tonight until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and it will be in that time frame until further notice. And again, the reason for that is because the county officials are trying to keep, and I use this term loosely, regular people off the streets and keep the streets open just for emergency vehicles and people who have to get to work. And the same thing is going on in Volusia County. I know Sheriff Mike Chitwood had mentioned yesterday that there is a curfew countywide, incorporated and unincorporated, for those same time zones. But again, we'll mention Flagler County does have that curfew in effect starting at 8 o'clock tonight, going through 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And again, the shelters in Flagler County, there are plenty of them. I want to go over those right now. Bunnell Elementary School is a general population shelter and for pets. That is at North Palmetto Street. It's at number 305 North Palmetto Street in Bunnell. And then there's also Brimfire Elementary School. That is a special needs shelter. And again, there are more general population shelters open in Seminole County. You can see this map we've drawn up for you. Lake Mary High School, Lawton Childs Middle School, Midway Elementary School, Winter Springs High School. Lyman and Winter Springs shelters, by the way, are pet friendly. I know you want to bring your fur babies with you, so keep that in mind. Again, those pet friendly shelters, Lyman and Winter Springs. Special needs shelters at Bentley Elementary School, Lair Elementary School as well. But shelters, again, should only be used as a last resort. All right, we're going to head over to the Weather Center right now. Dual certified chief meteorologist Brian Carrick has a look at your weather forecast now, 321, and obviously the latest on Ian, which did officially make landfall. We learned that just a little while ago, right, Brian?
That's right, Eric. It actually made landfall in Cayo Costa, down near Charlotte Harbor, a little after 3 o'clock with 150-mile-per-hour winds, and it is going to go down in the record books as a Category 4 hurricane, unless there's some adjustments well afterward. But right now, a Cat 4 with winds of 150 making landfall shortly after 3 in Cayo Costa, for those of you who know the area. A quick look at what we've got going on Clystron 13. Let me go ahead and broaden this one out so that we can show you the storm that came on shore. I'm going to get rid of the warnings. There are a number of warnings down near the Fort Myers area at this point. But passing through Port Charlotte, the eye has crossed land now, and it continues to push some of the strongest winds out through Port Charlotte, the Interstate 75 corridor just north of Fort Myers. This is an area that is getting absolutely hammered. Northport, Arcadia, Inglewood, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte, seeing what will more than likely be some devastating damage out of the eye wall. Locally, we're starting to see an increase in the bands, and for those of you who have been picking up rain, it's just going to continue, and it's going to continue to come in with small breaks, so we are going to add it up very quickly. Not looking at much rotation at this point. Some good news there, because we were tracking a storm with rotation down in Osceola County. I'll back out, put this into motion for you, and you'll see that we had a rotating storm, still a little bit of rotation, but it worked its way out of Brevard County and right up over 192 east of Hullapaw before it kind of fell apart. But that warning no longer in effect. We are not really looking at much in the way of rotation in any of these other storms. What I do want to take a look at is rainfall totals. That particular storm that was producing rotation and probably some damage in northwestern Indian River County has produced 2 to 3 inches in a short period. Hey, Brevard County, this is just over 3 hours. I'm adding this up, and Maureen was telling me that some spots in northern Brevard, central Brevard County have already picked up 4 or 5 inches of rain, and more is on the way. Okay, so let's get into some things here. We'll start with kids. You know what? It's time to just let your parents focus on what's going on with Ian. Gather some of those good books. Maybe do your homework. Tammy Fields mentioning this last night. Kids, you've got homework to do. Might as well do that all up as you're sitting at home. Charge your tablets, your phones. We're more than likely going to have widespread power outages tonight. Play some games, listen to some music. Let your parents focus on what goes on with Ian. If the power goes out, don't run that car in your garage. Keep your generator away from the house. You need to keep it ventilated. Do not bring it in the house. And be careful when using candles. After the storm moves on out, let the storm exit. Contact your family and friends to make sure they are okay, and then carefully assess the damage. So here we go, landfalling hurricane into Charlotte Harbor. In Cayo Corto, actually the area where we've actually had this made landfall, continues northeast, and it's still going to be a major hurricane for a bit here, just as we continue through 8, 9 o'clock tonight. Coming up, probably a Category 1 as it crosses up over Auburndale, Lake Placid, and maybe coming up over Kissimmee as a Cat 1 before it starts to weaken a bit. But at that point, the wind starts spreading out more and slows down. So we're going to be dealing with some intense weather tonight and into tomorrow. Let's take a closer look at the latest model coming on in as it brings it right on up. The center of circulation comes up again through Polk County. This particular model takes it up over Brevard eventually, and then offshore. This is 7:30 tomorrow morning. This speeds it up a little bit. And that would be some really good news, because we would see some drying over the western portions of the peninsula tomorrow afternoon, maybe even some sunshine breaking out in southwest Florida with some intense cleanup on the way. Going county by county, very quickly point out that those of you in Osceola County are going to see those winds continue to ramp up, already getting some gusts over 50, 55. Gusts could approach 80, 85 miles per hour tonight. When all is said and done, we might scale this back. We'll go with about 8 to 12, maybe 15 inches in some spots in Osceola County. We do have that tornado risk. Same thing here in Orange County, the tornado risk. Rainfall rates coming down, or I should say totals coming down a little bit. 12, 15 not out of the question in spots. Gusts later tonight will approach 75. Get you into Seminole County. Again, 12 to 15 inches of rain, and we are looking at gusts to 65. Lake Marion and Sumter County looks like your gusts 55 to 60. You may see upwards of 12 to 18 inches of rain. Couple more counties for you. 10 to 15 inches Volusia and Brevard, and we're going to up your totals here. Go 10 to 20 inches in Brevard County before all is said and done. Rough surf and maybe even some storm surge. And here's your 7-day forecast with rapid improvement by Friday into Saturday and Sunday.
Brian, the landfall spot for this, Cayo Costa?
Cayo Costa.
That is the, if you can believe it, the same general spot where Hurricane Charlie made landfall in 2004. Unbelievable. Hoping for the best down there. Let's get an update now on the power outage situation. Spectrum News 13's Molly Durig joining us now.
Yeah, Eric, so we continue to monitor power outages throughout Central Florida. Brevard County continuing to be the most heavily impacted with the most customers out of power, but we are starting to see more and more of a widespread impact across our region. So behind me is live data from the utility companies. You can actually see this data for yourself at mynews13.com or the Spectrum News app. We're starting with Duke Energy. I'm going to step aside and just show a more detailed look at what's going on. So here, as you can see, we've actually got close to 2,000 customers, Duke Energy customers, without power just north of Red Bug Lake Road, kind of east of Fern Park area. And as you can see here, they show you that this status is crew is working that scene. And as a reminder, crews also have to remain safe before they can go out and start fixing outages that might arise. So zooming out a bit here, you can see more of a widespread impact going on. Then I'm going to click over here to the Seco Energy map that we've also got accessible at mynews13.com. A lot of activity going on right here. We've got nearly 2,000 folks without power, just about in the Apopka area, and continuing to have the most impact in Brevard. Down there, we can see that more than 3,500 people are without power in Brevard. So again, stay safe and expect power outages might very well happen, Eric.
All right, Spectrum News 13's Molly Durig. Molly, thank you. Keep us posted on the power outage situation. Help on the way, of course, from the federal government. We'll tell you what the White House is sending to our state to help with the recovery efforts. Stay with us here as we continue our live in-depth team coverage of Hurricane Ian.
A new start awaits at your Central Florida Acura dealers today. Acura of Melbourne, Fountain Acura, AutoNation Acura North Orlando, Jenkins Acura.
Hi, William Shatner here with a new message about Medicare benefits. You may be able to get Part C plans and all the extra benefits like dental care, prescriptions, and getting money added back to your Social Security check every single month. Call to see if you're eligible. Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline to get free help. You can call too. Here's what actual callers had to say.
I called to check my zip code for a plan that covers my prescriptions and dental work, and the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check every month.
I called to check my zip code to make sure I have all the Medicare coverage I deserve.
Money added back to my Social Security check every month. I was like, wow.
I called to check my zip code.
Look, it's only smart to find out what's available for you and make sure you're not missing out on your eligibility. It's really easy. 1, call the number at the bottom of the screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and check your eligibility. And 3, they'll check for plans with $0 premiums and many extra benefits like dental care, prescriptions, money added back to your Social Security check every month. Call, check your zip code, and see if you're eligible and get what you deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to make sure I'm not missing out on any plans in my zip code.
I called to check my zip code. They help me so much.
The Medicare Coverage Helpline is free. You may be able to get a plan with extra benefits that can make your life so much easier and save you a lot of money in 2022. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-229-7059. That's 1-800-229-7059 now.
This is a major storm.
Right now, the center of Hurricane Ian is spiraling closer to central Florida.
Floridians up and down the coast are already feeling the storm's painful impacts.
But now is not the time to be scared. It's about staying aware and putting your preparations to work.
And we'll pull together through this.
As Central Florida's only team of dual certified meteorologists are keeping you informed throughout the storm and beyond, covering Hurricane Ian's impact in the Sunshine State right now on Spectrum News 13. And our live in-depth team coverage will continue as long as Hurricane Ian is a threat to Central Florida. Hello there once again. I'm Eric Levy. Dual certified chief meteorologist Brian Carrick is with us at 3:31 with an update in the latest on the storm. Hey, Brian.
Hurricane and Ian, a Category 4 storm with winds to 150 miles per hour, make landfall shortly after 3 o'clock in Cayo Costa. Cayo Costa, which is down near Fort Myers and Charlotte Harbor. His storm is now on land and slowly wobbling off to the north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour. So now that it's on land, we're starting to see some of the outer bands increase and in intensity way out and around the storm. Let's take a quick look at the path. Moving off toward, it looks like it's coming across Polk County and Osceola County, probably as a Category 1 and a weak Category 1 strong tropical storm over Orlando. It doesn't mean we're going to bring down the significant impacts that we're going to see. They're going to be lengthy, a lot of rain, a lot of wind. Wind gusts are still continuing to ramp up, approaching 40 in several spots. You even get several spots on Clystron 13 with 50-mile-per-hour winds plus. And down in Polk County, it looks like radar is estimating upwards of 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Tornado watch in place. This is in effect for Seminole, Orange, Osceola, Brevard County until 5. Clystron 13 right now, nothing rotating, but we're watching closely. Storms coming out of Brevard, Osceola, and into Orange County. Eric?
Okay, Brian, thank you very much. I appreciate that update. We'll see you a little bit later on. Volusia County officials just gave an update, and we had attempted to go to them earlier, had some technical difficulties, but we have it for you in its entirety. Here's some important information for you.
Of course.
Well, sometimes things just don't work out the way you want them to, and unfortunately that's the case right now. It is valuable information. We are efforting it for you. I can promise you that, but we just don't have that for you right now. But I can tell you it is probably going to be the same information if you are in any kind of evacuation zone or any kind of low-lying area you're going to want to get out of the way. I know a lot of the lower-lying areas of Volusia County have already seen a good amount of rain, and we've been looking at Clystron 13 estimates of rainfall in Volusia County as well as Brevard County, and it's already been several inches at the very least. So that's what we have been seeing, and it's not just an West Coast Florida storm. The effects are going to be far-reaching from West Coast to the East Coast. Spectrum News 13's Greg Pallone can certainly go ahead and verify that. He is in Brevard County in Palm Bay. And Greg, I know you've been seeing some flooding in spots, some street flooding. Actually saw a video you had tweeted earlier of some street surfing.
Yeah, matter of fact, Eric, we're moving all around the county trying to find out exactly where some of the flooded spots are. We were in Palm Bay earlier. We're now in Satellite Beach, and that's where we caught video of those kids doing their street surfing, if you will. But we're going to go ahead and show you the DeSoto Canal right now. This is up to about as high as it can go here in the area off of DeSoto Parkway here in Satellite Beach. Let's go ahead and take a look at that video that we shot earlier of DeSoto Parkway underwater as cars trying to navigate their way through there. Again, a lot of rain, a lot of water in a short amount of time. The drainage just not working. That's just a part of what happens, especially beachside here in Brevard. Of course, those kids out there doing their street surfing behind the truck. We did hear from the police chief, Jeff Pearson, just a little while ago. They did kind of go ahead and talk those kids down, said, hey, look, it's fun, but you need to be careful. Let's not do this activity at this time. But again, they're taking advantage of that briefly and trying to be safe, but having a good time, but not something that you want to do, especially when there could be some debris in that waterway and also the water not being as clean as it could be. So, again, we're seeing a lot of this low-level flooding, especially beachside. We've seen it really from Palm Bay up to West Melbourne and the Melbourne area here in the southern part of Brevard County. But, again, we've gotten a respite from the rain bands over the last about hour and a half. So we'll see how that changes here as the afternoon wears on. But needless to say, the areas that do flood have flooded so far, but they are receding. But again, we're going to be getting more rain here in southern Brevard County here this afternoon, so we can expect more flooding to continue. Live at Satellite Beach, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News 13.
All right, Greg, and thank you very much. Keep yourself safe for sure. All right, so there are some images that are typical from a tropical system, and then there are images that are atypical. Case in point right here, Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. That is what it looks like. The water from the bay was actually pulled out, and it exposed the floor and all of the muck and mud underneath it. Unbelievable. Tampa police posted these pictures on Twitter. If I'm not mistaken, this sort of thing happened during Hurricane Irma back in 2017, but it's not something you see every day, so certainly very unique and very interesting. Earlier, we had seen some video of actually people walking on the water, if you will. Do we have that video? We don't have that video, but we'll try to get that for you because it was really interesting to see that. In Seminole County, again, we want to go over the shelter areas that are in place. We had mentioned those a little while ago, but it's important to mention again. The general population shelters, Lake Mary High School, Lawton Childs Middle School, Midway Elementary School, as well as Winter Springs High School. By the way, if you're bringing your pets with you, you can go to the Lyman and Winter Springs shelters. Those are pet friendly. Special needs shelters are obviously very important, and those would be the ones that would have refrigeration for certain medications or enough power to have some of the life-saving equipment that people need. Those are at Bentley Elementary School and Layer Elementary School. Again, shelters should only be used as a last resort. A lot of officials say you don't have to go very far to get away from a bad situation. You can go to a friend's house or a relative's house, but if you don't have that available, shelters are always there. Okay, so we want to see what is now going on. Dual certified chief meteorologist Brian Carrick, again, tracking every inch of the track of this storm. Brian.
Yeah, and Eric, we're going to be here throughout the night and into tomorrow, bringing you coverage of Ian that has now made landfall and is making its way in our general direction. An update on Klystron 13 and where we've already seen over 4 or 5 inches of rain. This is early on in the storm. I'll have that for you coming up with Weather on the Ones.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Florida Aid to Animals. With the lowest prices on visits, vaccines, and products, Florida Aid to Animals will save you money.
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Mobile. You could save up to 60% on your monthly mobile bill. Plus, there are no added taxes, hidden fees, and no contracts. Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator, and in 3 easy steps, you'll instantly see how much money you could save by switching to Spectrum Mobile. See for yourself. Visit spectrummobile.com/save today.
Buy my house. Hello? Buy my house. Oh, hey. Buy my house.
Oh, okay. What are you doing?
I'm just letting everyone know that I'm selling my house.
Okay, stop that. That's not how you sell a home. You need marketing, tough guy. Have you canvassed your neighborhood with door hangers and flyers?
No.
Have you sent out targeted mail to potential buyers in the area?
No.
Have you built a dedicated website specifically showcasing your home?
No.
Now, did you know that a homevalue.com agent will do all of this for you?
No.
So, do you think what you're doing right now is smart?
No.
Homevalue.com. What will you lose if the power goes out? Not only heating and cooling, but your phone, internet, your entire livelihood is at risk. Be prepared for a major outage with a Kohler backup generator.
We were without power for 5 days, but we had hot meals every day.
When the grid goes down or severe weather strikes, a Kohler generator can power your entire home automatically in seconds. Call or go online now. Save up to $750 and get a free comprehensive 10-year extended warranty.
We went for the Kohler generator and have never looked back.
Don't wait until it's too late. Unlike portable models, Kohler backup generators offer seamless, hands-off operation without the need to refuel during a crisis. They automatically power your entire home, hassle-free.
I just love my Kohler generator.
Call or go online and save up to $750 plus get a free comprehensive 10-year extended warranty now.
Call 800-441-5456. That's 800-441-5456.
Closed captioning is brought to you by New Teeth Now. In only one day, New Teeth Now can change your life with a new smile. We treat patients others turn away.
Time right now, 3:41 here on a Wednesday as we see the approach of Hurricane Ian. I'm Brian Carrick with Mallory Nichols, Chris Gilson, and Maureen McCann doing a great job of bringing you the information you needed this morning, now catching some Z's so that they can come back and help us out as things get a little more intense coming up tonight. Let's get outside right now as we've got some heavy rain falling from our Weikert Realtors Hallmark Property Sky Cam downtown, one of the numerous squalls that are rolling on by. I want to take a look at the tornado watch. And then you get into these outer bands of storms, this whole thing is rotating. So our individual squalls could occasionally kick up a spin. And we had a tornado potentially touching down in northwestern Indian River County doing some damage that crossed over southwestern Brevard County and then up into Osceola County. And then it kind of phased into a much larger area of heavy rain. But the tornado watch for Seminole, Orange, Osceola, Brevard, Polk County. This is in effect until 5. And I tell you right now, we're already at 3:42. This is going to get extended out at some point. I'm not sure how far north they'll go with it, but we're going to go with beyond 5 o'clock on this, probably through most of tonight as the storm starts nearing. So over to Kleinstrawn 13 we go. And we had this make landfall at Charlotte Harbor shortly after 3 o'clock. So it is now on land. If you're just joining us, landfall is a Category 4 hurricane with winds sustained at 155 and higher gusts. It continues with some devastating damage that is occurring more than likely, especially Port Charlotte, Venice. Let me zoom in a little bit closer. More than likely looking at Northport with some extensive damage, probably Englewood and Arcadia. If you know this area, this is an area that has had winds that are sustained over 150 with higher gusts as the eye is now coming onshore. So, taking a pretty good beating north of the Fort Myers area. What about us locally? We're not going to see that extensive wind, not to that speed, but we are going to have hurricane force winds coming in tonight. Notice we've got some pockets of heavy rain up through Osceola and Orange County right now, Brevard County, Seminole, and Volusia County. All of this rotating around that big area of low pressure in Ian. And that I'm making landfall, as I mentioned. Very quick update on the path. As it comes up in our general direction, it will still be a Category 1 hurricane over Polk, Osceola County, and probably still a Cat 1 coming up close to the Orange County line. Eric, that means Orange County will more than likely see hurricane force winds overnight. And we continue with tropical storm force winds during the day tomorrow and some very, very heavy rain as well.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you that the storm can make landfall but still pack a punch. And that's what we've been saying. And that's
right.
why we've been driving home the point to be prepared but not scared.
That's right.
We've
Exactly.
seen this before. You and I went through this during Irma.
Yep, we're all in it together.
Yes, indeed. We will be with you soon. All right. Thank you, Brian. Well, we know flooding is a concern when we get into the thick of things, which we're pretty much there already, especially folks who live near bodies of water. Well, there is a little bit extra anxiety, I'm sure. Spectrum News 13's Rebecca Turco is joining us from the Orlo Vista community in Orlando, which, by the way, is typically flood prone. Rebecca, what have you been seeing? What have you been hearing from the people there, too?
Yeah, well, Eric, really, we're starting to see it start to rain again. It's starting to pick up. It's really been ebbing and flowing for the past few hours. Folks we're speaking with here, they keep thinking back to Hurricane Irma, which is when they dealt with heavy flooding in the area to the point where some 150 people had to be evacuated. So folks here, they're no strangers. They're ready for it. And even some of the homes here, we're seeing some of them are boarded up. And that's because right to the side here, we want to show you, that's That's where the retention pond is, one of several in the Orlo Vista area. And the concern is, depending on how much rain we get here, that if that retention pond floods. That's what we saw back during Hurricane Irma, and that's what folks are hoping doesn't happen here. We want to see if we can show you some video from a little bit earlier. This was around noon or so. That's when the rain was a little bit heavier. It might be hard for you to see the rain on the camera right now because it is starting to rain, but it's a little bit of a lighter, softer rain, if that makes sense to you. Not too windy right now. We did speak with a woman who lives nearby here. She's telling us that she moved here some 3 years ago, so she wasn't here for the whole Irma debacle, but that's top of mind for her and her fiance. They're hoping that it doesn't flood now like it did then.
This house is old, it's secure, as you can see, it's concrete. So, you know, I think it pretty much will hold up, as opposed to they said about Irma and everything held up pretty well.
So she's feeling safe, she's feeling ready, but really she's just kind of waiting to see and hoping that it doesn't flood in the area so that she and her fiance can stay home instead of having to move. And neighbors we've spoken to in the area, it's a lot of the same thing where they're keeping an eye on what's going on here, keeping an eye, watching the news, listening to reports, and keeping their ears to the ground to see what's up. But they're going to wait it out if they can, and we're going to stay here and kind of keep an eye on this retention pond, let you know what we're seeing. For now, it's good, but as we've been saying these past few hours, this is a marathon, not a sprint, so we're expecting things to change as we continue on. So for now, reporting live in Orlando, Rebecca Turco, Spectrum News.
Well, it's often the brunt of jokes. If Waffle House is closed, then you know something big is happening. Well, now 11 locations are closed for the time being. When Hurricane Charlie was sawing through Central Florida, then FEMA boss Craig Fugate said the term Waffle House Index came about. The non-scientific term, mind you, was coined to measure the effect of natural disasters, since Waffle House restaurants were the last places to close, still are in some cases. But I'll say again, FEMA does not base recommendations on post-storm recovery on the so-called Waffle House Index. Fugate did say consulting with businesses as a whole after a storm is part of the recovery effort. Okay, I'll remind you again, count on us to bring you the latest updates throughout the storm. We have live coverage on air, but also we have updates constantly on the Spectrum News app, the information that matters to you from local leaders, closures, lots more. And you can also watch Spectrum News 13 with the app. All right, our in-depth team coverage of Hurricane Ian continues after the break with a look at the Central Florida shelters that are open.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Woesthoff Brevard Hospice and Palliative Care, the hometown hospice choice since 1984.
Two things you can always count on with hurricane season. Every hurricane is different.
Bystron 13 actually able to pick up on those out of rain bands.
And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm.
We are monitoring 2 disturbances in the Atlantic,
tracking storms coast to coast with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared. The weather experts only on Spectrum News 13, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
Mike Erdman Cadillac, quality you can trust. 32 years of business, located in beautiful Merritt Island, Florida. New luxurious Cadillacs and over 350 plus quality pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Expectations are exceeded with the Mike Erdman Cadillac VIP Family Plan. Complimentary no-cost maintenance, plus 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Mike Erdman Cadillac, quality you can trust. Call or visit us today.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-400-6949. That's 1-800-400-6949. 1-800-400-6949.
Right now, it is 3:51 on the nose at this point as we are tuning in here for coverage. Hopefully you are safe, you're at home, and you're there to stay put. I want everybody off the roads at this point. We've got some very heavy rain that is spreading over much of Central Florida right now. It is evident from our Weichert Realtors Hallmark Property Skycam downtown. Visibility has dropped. Wind is picking up in one of these squalls. And we do have the possibility, by the way, of a couple of rotating storms. So that tornado watch in effect until 5 o'clock for Seminole, Orange, Osceola, Brevard County will more than likely be extended. I'm actually going to start on a wider view here at Quaistron 13. We actually had Hurricane Ian, a Category 4 storm with winds to 150, make landfall at Cayo Costa, which is down near Charlotte Harbor. And as it did so, brought the sustained winds of 150 with even higher gusts. Some of the heaviest weather right now is spreading up over Arcadia, as well as Northport and the I-75 corridor just north of Port Charlotte. This area getting absolutely hammered. I actually could probably find out, we've got some really good pixels of wind here coming into Venice, 105, 103, 97, 100-mile-per-hour winds. And we're looking at that intense weather for a bit here across southwest Florida. Let's get up a little closer to home, though, as we have mentioned heavy rain spreading on in, moderate rain across Flagler County, down through Marion and Lake. Everybody picking up rain, the exception of break in Osceola County and in big parts of Brevard County. But the heavy rain that is spreading on in with the intense gusts moving across eastern Orange, Osceola, and Brevard. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at the velocities here. Looks like we've got little areas, several little areas that are trying to kick up wind, maybe rotate. Harmony, south of Weewahotie, out north of Deer Park. These are all little clusters that are going to try and rotate, which is why we are currently in that tornado watch that is in place. So let's back up. Hey kids, do me a huge favor. Let your parents take care of Ian as far as monitoring the storm throughout the night. It is going to get a little more intense here tonight. Gather some of those good books to read, do up your homework, charge your tablets, maybe download a movie or two, play some games, listen to music, and let your parents deal with what we are watching, and that is Ian. Hurricane, or I should say tornado watch in effect for some. Highest impacts tonight through Thursday. The major flooding concerns still with us. The storm is going to slow down now, and it is bringing copious amounts of moisture. Path takes it on up. Looks like it's coming across Polk County as a Cat 2, then a Cat 1, Polk into Osceola, potentially a Cat 1 here as it crosses through Orange, and then a tropical storm slowly meandering. So tomorrow, widespread rain and wind expected. As we get you into Friday, we will quickly start to improve. By Friday afternoon and evening, sunshine, windy. Saturday and Sunday, I left that in there for you. 0 as far as rain. Right now, it looks like a dry weekend as we get the cleanup underway.
A lot of long-term care facilities in vulnerable locations were evacuated. Those people are now at safe locations. Spectrum News 13's Kate McVeigh talked to a resident who is riding out the storm with family.
Like many throughout the Bay Area, the Grady family spent the day shoring up their home.
We're putting everything inside that can go inside. So there's nothing that can fly, we hope.
The plan is to keep the wind and water at bay as Hurricane Ian makes its way to Florida's west coast. They're saying it could be a 100-year storm, but the Gradys have that number beat.
This is my mom, Carolyn Spence.
Carolyn is 101 years old, born the very same year as the last big one to hit Tampa Bay, all the way back in 1921. Of course, she doesn't remember it, but she's lived through quite a few others, and this one again gives her pause.
But this was a big one. Yeah. It could do a lot of damage.
Which is why Carolyn's assisted living facility on Boca Ciega Bay was evacuated, with residents heading to Orlando for safety. Too far, says daughter Ginny. So she packed up her mom's things to come home.
I brought probably way more than she needed, but if it was going to get flooded, I didn't know how long it would be before she got back in.
They made other accommodations too, like a ramp for Carolyn's wheelchair. But most importantly, the family says they take comfort in being together.
Everything irreplaceable I brought with us.
Yeah.
Family ready to weather the storm together. In St. Petersburg, Kate McVeigh, Spectrum News.
Now, before the lashing from Hurricane Ian here in Florida, Cuba got it bad and the power is out. Crews working to restore the electricity, especially on the western tip of Cuba. Damage to the power grid reported. Well, it's so bad that residents are dealing with a blackout, a wide blackout. Cuban officials say they hope to get the power back on as soon as today. This is an economic crisis that's gripped Cuba, causing a shortage of food, medicine, and fuel.
Good afternoon, Central Florida. Here's what's happening in our community, brought to you by the expert injury attorneys at Todd Minor Law.
Closed captioning is brought to you by New Teeth Now. In only one day, New Teeth Now can change your life with a new smile. We treat patients others turn away.
What will you lose if the power goes out? Not only heating and cooling, but your phone, internet, your entire livelihood is at risk. Be prepared for a major outage with a Kohler backup generator.
We were without power for 5 days, but we had hot meals every day.
When the grid goes down or severe weather strikes, a Kohler generator can power your entire home automatically in seconds. Call or go online now. Save up to $750 and get a free comprehensive 10-year extended warranty.
We went for the Kohler generator and have never looked back.
Don't wait until it's too late. Unlike portable models, Kohler backup generators offer seamless, hands-off operation without the need to refuel during a crisis. They automatically power your entire home, hassle-free.
I just love my Kohler generator.
Call or go online and save up to $750 plus get a free comprehensive 10-year extended warranty now.
Call 800-441-5456. That's 800-441-5456.
I met Governor DeSantis in 2009 when he was on active duty. He was a Navy commissioned officer and served in Iraq. When you're advising SEAL Team 1, you're making life and death decisions every day. And as someone who has served side by side with him, he is selfless and he will do what is in your best interest, not his best interest. The Navy's core values are honor, courage, and commitment. And Governor DeSantis embodied those core values on active duty, and he embodies them every day as the governor of our state. Governor DeSantis is a true servant leader.
Worried about your roof? Universal Roof and Contracting is on the way. With our Platinum Protection Warranty program, you can be confident that your forever home has a forever roof. And right now, save on roof repairs and roof replacements, plus get 0% financing.
I'm Jade with Universal Roof and Contracting. A new Universal Roof will be your forever roof.
5-star rated. Universal Roof and Contracting. We're on the way. UniversalRoof.com.
This is a major storm.
Right now, the center of Hurricane Ian is spiraling closer to central Florida.
Floridians up and down the coast are already feeling the storm's painful impacts.
But now is not the time to be scared. It's about staying aware and putting your preparations to work.
And we'll pull together through this.
As Central Florida's only team of dual certified meteorologists are keeping you informed throughout the storm and beyond, covering Hurricane Ian's impact in the Sunshine State right now on Spectrum News 13. Afternoon to you. It is now 4 o'clock here on Spectrum News 13 with our live in-depth team coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm Eric Levy.
And I'm Tammy Fields. Thank you all for joining us. There is a lot to get to. By now, you already know Hurricane Ian has made landfall. Many of you out there watching us, you should be prepared in a safe place. Conditions are beginning to deteriorate.
And they are only going to get worse as we get deeper into the evening and overnight hours, unfortunately, Tammy, and especially tomorrow. Let's get the particulars as we see it right now at 4:01. Certified meteorologist Mallory Nichols in the Weather Center with the latest coordinates on Ian.
Yeah, we just got our 4 o'clock update that has come in, and winds are slowly diminishing, but a little bit weaker than at landfall. Just a little while ago, that landfall was at 305. Winds are now down to 145 miles per hour, pushing very slowly off to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. And the track is going to update coming up at 5 o'clock, but you can still see that movement to the north-northeast here over the next few hours, and then starting to shift a little more to the northeast overnight tonight and throughout the day tomorrow, weakening as it does so. But we're still looking at some big impacts in central Florida with some high gusty wind. Now I'm showing you the tornado watch map. This is until 5, including Seminole, Brevard, Orange, and Osceola. But this is going to get extended here very soon and for a few more counties to the north. So once that happens, we'll bring that to you. But just keep in mind, across all of central Florida, we do have that potential for some spin ups, some tornadoes. We had already a few tornado warnings that have been issued, and we are going to be seeing the highest impacts tonight through tomorrow. Major flooding also a big concern.
Okay, Mallory, thank you very much. We will see you a little bit later on. Listen, the size of this storm is immense.
It's massive. Historic.
It is huge. I mean, from coast to coast, so it's really hard to not be in the path of the storm. So now officials are saying you need to stay where you are.
It's too late to get on the roadways now. Governor Ron DeSantis saying you need to stay where you are. It is too late to try to evacuate. The governor gave out some storm safety tips during his briefing this morning, including avoiding down lines and standing water. Operating a generator outside of your home is the only way to go, because you could kill yourself literally by having it inside your home or inside a garage. Florida Division of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie says the exact impact to Central Florida, it's still a little too tough to predict.
As the governor mentioned earlier today, possibly speeding up just a little bit to getting out of here in 24 hours versus 36 hours. So that'll certainly help on the rainfall side of the house. But again, it does have a Charlie-esque feel.
But of course, you heard him say that a Charlie-esque feel. Each storm is different, though. We have our team coverage, our reporters fanned out all across the area from Florida coast to Florida coast, giving you impact information and details on what you need to know. Asher Wildman is joining us in Lakeland right now. Asher, have you seen any of that flooding that you've been worried about?
Eric, not yet, but we have seen a lot of strong wind gusts. Also want to echo something Tammy just said about staying where you are. We have been driving around Lakeland for the past several hours. Haven't found any gas stations now that currently still have gas at them. So I want to get that out there. But we have been watching the water level here in downtown Lakeland since we arrived about noon today. I can show you. So I'm still on my bottom step if you were with us at noon. This is almost now got the lake up to it. So we still are not at seeing those flooding conditions just quite yet. But what we are seeing are strong wind gusts coming in. We've seen some downed tree limbs, whether they were water oaks or some live oaks in residential areas. But no trees have been completely uprooted just yet. We are starting to see some stronger rain bands come through. We are starting to see some, as I mentioned, strong wind gusts, but the wind that we've seen has not been a steady, constant, strong wind. It's just some strong wind wind gusts here and there, but if you can hear it coming into my microphone, the rain definitely starting to come down stronger, and it's definitely starting to come down faster. In fact, it probably looks a little bit more severe only because of the wind direction right now, but as the wind comes down and the wind goes and as the rain comes down, it is starting to strengthen. So we are feeling Hurricane Ian now here in Lakeland, which is in Polk County. So we're going to continue to monitor this. Of course, we are going to continue to monitor the potential flooding that we're expecting to see. However, right now, we are not seeing it, even very minimal puddling for that matter in the residential areas. Reporting live in Lakeland, Asher Wildman for Spectrum News.
Okay, Asher, thank you very much. Hurricane Ian did make the official landfall a little less than an hour ago in, Tammy, the same spot pretty much as Hurricane Charlie did in 2004, if you can believe it.
And we know with this path, Polk County, where we just saw Asher was, is definitely an area of concern. But right now we want to go to Spectrum News 13's Trevor Pettiford. He is live in Pinellas County. We know that is an area where a lot of people were told that they would need to evacuate. Trevor, what is the latest as far as the conditions where you are right now?
Well, Tammy and Eric, I can tell you that the wind gusts have really been picking up here in Gulfport, which is a bayside city. We're near City Hall right now. You can see the gusts of wind have really picked up here. This is a low-lying city here, and they have problems with flooding here, even when it's just a rainy day. So they're concerned about some of the heavy rains that are coming down, that'll be coming down here. This street that you're looking here has some water on it. If you saw a car come down here, you'd see it start splashing up off of the road there. We've also seen a lot of branches breaking off here, as well as some high winds. Now, the biggest concern is downtown, which is just down south of where we are right now. That's the concern for more flooding, because there's a main street in Gulfport right at the casino, right at the main T of downtown, that floods heavily all the time when there's a lot of heavy rain. That's a concern they have right now, because right now we've seen the negative surge from the storm. All the water from the bay has been sucked into Ian, and it's been taking it away from the bay, which, even though we're at high tide right now here in Gulfport, doesn't mean anything because we're at such a negative surge. So the water is staying away, but when that water is put back here, when Ian starts to lay that water back here, we start to get more heavy rain. That's when we're expecting to see some serious flooding in this area. I talked with the mayor here in Gulfport just a little bit ago, and they're preparing for that right now. They're making sure that they can do whatever they can to make sure people are safe. They've got power outages in this area right now. There are about 12,000 people that live here in Gulfport, and about 20% of them are without power, including right here in City Hall. They're on a generator right now. So we're going to keep on monitoring the situation here because they think it's going to get worse before it gets any better. So I'll send it back to you. Tammy, Eric?
Trevor, thank you for that live report. We appreciate it. And that was something important he was talking about with the power outages. This is one way you can keep up with what's going on if, in fact, you've got your devices charged up.
Live coverage, and we have the live stream as well on the Spectrum News app, and you can also get Klystron 13 radar at your convenience.
All of this is free. Download it now. Straight ahead, everyone, much more to talk about as we continue to follow Hurricane Ian. This is a serious storm with serious complications that go along with it.
Yeah, from the Gulf Coast to the Atlantic Coast, really doesn't matter where you are. We're going to show you the impact that folks on the east coast of Florida are dealing with. So stay with us. Our live in-depth team coverage continues next.
And we are continuing to track now a landfalling Hurricane Ian, as well as an official report of a tornado. I'll show you exactly where that tornado touched down, all coming up on your Weather on the Ones.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Florida Aid to Animals. With the lowest prices on visits, vaccines, and products, Florida Aid to Animals will save you money.
Watch all month long as Spectrum News 13 celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. This is Community. This is Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum.
Central Florida is my home. I grew up here. In our podcast, Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, Greg Angel, Gary Darling, and I sit down with people creating change and finding solutions.
Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, available on the Spectrum News app.
For over 40 years, Alcazar Law has been serving Brevard in their time of need. You see a lot of personal injury ads, but not all lawyers will give your case the attention it deserves. Many do not have true experience or the resources to handle your case. Most don't go to trial. There's a reason Alpazar Law is Brevard's choice and the name people call after a car crash. We pride ourselves on quality legal service, and our winning record speaks for itself. The consultation is always free. Alpazar Law. We're here for you.
Ready to move up the ladder, but needing a bachelor's degree is holding you back? Become a better you in 2022. Advance your career with a bachelor's degree from Eastern Florida State College. Choose from 25 Bachelor of Applied Science degree specializations in business, healthcare, computer technology, and education. Many fully online programs are available to help you design your perfect schedule. Get the assistance you need to get started today. It's great to be a Titan.
Truck season is Bob Steele Chevrolet's biggest sale of the year. Over 175 vehicles right here, right now. New Silverados with a $1,000 accessory allowance and a $500 cash allowance. New Silverados, Blazers, Equinox, Colorados, and Tahoes with no payments till Christmas. New trucks and SUVs from $199 a month. All with lifetime oil changes and tire rotations. For real savings, see Steele before you make any deal.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Gary Yeomans Ford. The lowest pricing and largest selection. Florida says, go Yeomans.
Welcome back to your weather on the ones. Time now is 4:11 on this Wednesday afternoon, and we are continuing to track Hurricane Ian that has now made landfall. Did make landfall at 3:05, so a little over an hour ago. This was in Lee County at Cayo Costa with winds of 150 miles per hour. So a major Category 4 hurricane at landfall. Now, I do want to show you the latest stats of Ian at this time. Wind speeds have backed down just a little bit now that it's sitting over land, 145 miles per hour. Still a massive hurricane, very strong at this time, moving off to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour and is kicking those squalls in our direction. And we did have a few tornado warnings a little while ago. So as I go in a little bit closer, I want to show you one storm report that has popped up here. We did have an actual tornado that touched down in Brevard County, and that is where we had that tornado warning set up. This is the Camp Holly fish cam, and that it looks like there was that touchdown, and we're trying to get some video to you of where that tornado was, but definitely showing that there is the possibility for some spin-ups in this activity. And here's the latest on Kleinstein 13. We're getting a little bit of a break in southern Brevard and Osceola counties. Still some gusty wind out there at this time, but we've got some heavier showers that are pushing into northern Osceola County, up into Brevard, northern or into Orange, northern Brevard County, and then some light to moderate rain across the rest of central Florida. And I'm going to stop this. I want to check out our velocities because we're going to be keeping a close eye on the potential for a few spin-ups. So looking at some areas here, I'm not seeing big rotation indications, although there is, it looks like, a pretty high wind gust in parts of Osceola County. And everyone now, I've been watching the wind picking up. We're between sustained winds of 30 to 40 miles per hour. So definitely starting to pick up those winds, heavy rain, and we are going to keep that chance, or that flooding chance, for the next couple of days. So as we look at the wind speeds at this point, as I mentioned, they are gusting a little bit higher than not too long ago. Check of our future cast at about 5 o'clock. We've still got those outer bands that are sliding through. The eye continues to move a little more inland, and this is going to stick around through tonight. So our biggest impacts will continue through the overnight hours as well as into tomorrow morning, the threats being flooding along with those gusty winds. Now notice this is 6 a.m. Thursday. We might see that eye, the center, hopefully much weaker, but over Osceola and Brevard County, and then pushing out over the Atlantic, pulling away from us through Thursday afternoon, according to this one model. But it really does look like the majority of tomorrow we're going to be dealing with some heavy rain and some gusty wind sticking around into early Friday before we can completely say goodbye to Hurricane Ian. So for the rest of today, we're going to keep that tornado threat around. Rains are going to be continuing, winds picking up as well. Gusty squalls overnight tonight with isolated tornadoes continuing, and that's going to be the case again as we head into Thursday before things will begin to quiet back down. Tammy and Eric.
All right, Mallory, thank you very much.
Right now, we want to go out live again to our Greg Pallone. He is in Brevard County, specifically in the Atlantic. Let us know what's going on where you are. What are you seeing?
Well, Tammy and Eric, you heard Mallory just a moment ago. We've gotten a bit of a reprieve from the rain bands that have been happening this afternoon. Really haven't had much rain over the last couple of hours, but still a lot of the water remains from those heavy rains we saw earlier in the day. We're here at the intersection of Genesee and Watson. This is in Indian-Atlantic, right near Riverside Drive, and you can see down there got a couple of young ladies who are using one of their boogie boards to kind of navigate the water and have a little bit of fun right there. But yeah, just about 6 inches deep here in this area. Of course, beachside areas of Brevard more prone to flood. We've got a lot of heavy rain that happened earlier in the day in a short amount of time, and the storm drains just simply cannot hold that amount of water and get that water out. But it is fading away at this point, but still we have a considerable amount of water still on a lot of the roadways here, especially in beachside Brevard. But again, expecting more rain to come through, so that will inundate the area that's already soaked. So we'll continue to see a lot of the, especially the beachside areas, be streets partially underwater and that type of thing. Again, we've seen some people try to navigate through these waters, driving through, really not a good idea. Just don't know how deep it is, and you don't want to get your car stuck and put yourself in danger. So again, that's sort of the situation out here in beachside Brevard right now. And again, we're waiting. We got a little bit of a breeze, a wind is coming through, and some more bands that are going to be coming through as well to provide more rain in an already soaked area. So we'll see how things turn out. Live in Indian-Atlantic in Brevard County, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News 13.
Greg, thank you. Flagler County issuing nightly curfews countywide from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. until further notice. The county also issuing evacuation orders. Take a look at your screen right now. Zone A, which is the barrier island from Flagler Beach to Marineland, the low-lying areas of Zone B, including the neighborhoods east of John Anderson Highway and the Palm Drive and Lambert Avenue neighborhoods.
And Tammy, this also includes non-elevated homes in the low-lying areas of Zone F, as in Frank, which is the area surrounding your Crescent Lake and Dead Lake, and that also includes unincorporated communities of Daytona North. Tammy.
All right, Seminole County Fire Department preparing for flooding in areas near water. No stranger to bad weather. Crews prepared and ready to go for whatever Hurricane Ian brings there. Station 42 in Geneva has multiple pieces of heavy-duty equipment to help their community in the coming days, including a 16-foot airboat to help with water rescue. This is just one of the several ways this station will help in the coming days.
The main purpose of the Fire Falcon, which is our airboat, is to be able to rescue individuals both in shallow water or deep water conditions, which we have out here at the Geneva area. It also provides us a platform to access people in high water rescue conditions such as we're looking at today.
And hopefully those high water rescues do not have to happen, but they are prepared just in case. Listen, from Apopka to Anna Maria Island, it is coast-to-coast effects of Hurricane Ian. This is from the west coast of Florida. We can tell from I-275. You can see the angry water in the what presumed to be the Gulf of Mexico. We'll have much more of our in-depth team coverage live here on Spectrum News 13 of Hurricane Ian. Stay with us, please.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Fun Spot America, where it's always huge fun.
Here are your winning lottery numbers.
Forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
The following portion of Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
There's plenty of reasons to celebrate with Spectrum Mobile. Because now you can get the best deal in mobile. Unlimited talk, text, and data on 2 lines for just $29.99 a line. Call 833-261-2999. Switch and save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Now that's worth celebrating. Plus, enjoy nationwide 5G and the most reliable service coast to coast. Get Spectrum Mobile with unlimited for $29.99 a line. Call 833-261-2999. With Spectrum Mobile, your options are truly unlimited. And that includes no contracts, no added taxes, and no hidden fees. Choose from a variety of the latest phones or bring your own. Join the nation's fastest growing mobile provider and get the best deal in mobile. Unlimited talk, text, and data for just $29.99, all with no contracts, no added taxes, and no hidden fees. Call 833-261-2999. Click SpectrumMobile.com or visit a store near you.
What will you lose if the power goes out? Not only heating and cooling, but your phone, internet, your entire livelihood is at risk. Be prepared for a major outage with a Kohler backup generator.
We were without power for 5 days, but we had hot meals every day.
When the grid goes down or severe weather strikes, a Kohler generator can power your entire home automatically in seconds. Call or go online now, save up to $750 and get a free comprehensive 10-year extended warranty.
We went for the Kohler generator and have never looked back.
Don't wait until it's too late. Unlike portable models, Kohler backup generators offer seamless, hands-off operation without the need to refuel during a crisis. They automatically power your entire home, hassle-free.
I just love my Kohler generator.
Call or go online and save up to $750 plus get a free comprehensive 10-year extended warranty now.
Call 800-441-5456. That's 800-441-5456.
Your health is brought to you by Melbourne Terrace Rehabilitation Center, helping you get back to you.
Welcome back to your weather on the ones. Time now is 4:21 on this Wednesday afternoon, and we are continuing to watch Hurricane Ian. I want to start first with this photo. It was sent to our Facebook page, and this is Michelle out of the Mims area. It looks like already a pretty large tree has come down. Now, one thing to consider, we haven't seen hurricane force winds yet, but we have seen some gusty wind and the potential for some tornadoes in the area. But regardless of those high wind gusts, we're getting heavy rain that is saturating the ground. So trees that maybe wouldn't come down with just a normal wind gust might be coming down because the ground is so saturated. But needless to say, this is Mims. We're already seeing some of those trees toppling over. Thank you for sharing those shots with us. Keep yourself safe. But if you do happen to get any damage reports or things like this happen in your yard, let us know. You can do so easily on our Spectrum News app. Now, as you look at the very latest on Hurricane Ian, we have wind speeds at 145 miles per hour. This is pushing on to the northeast at 9 miles per hour. It has made landfall. Winds have dropped slightly, will weaken a bit more, but it is so slow moving, and it's going to be weakening very slowly. So we are still looking at the potential for a Category 3 heading into tonight, and then hopefully down to a tropical storm heading into tomorrow. So we're not dealing with as strong of winds, but our impacts are still going to be the same, with the possibility for some of that heavy rain and an isolated tornado that can't be completely ruled out. So I do want to show you here a look at some of the impacts. I'll go back for a second, and this is some of our impacts county by county. Marion Lake and Sumter counties still looking at the possibility of wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour. We've got rain 12 to 20 inches. So there's that flood watch that is in effect, and isolated tornadoes a possibility. Into Orange County, also looking at possibly a foot of rain for some areas. We've already seen a few spots in Brevard County picking up over 5 inches of rain, and we're just really getting into this event. Also, Orange County looking at wind gusts of 75 miles per hour. Seminole County, gusts up to 65, over a foot of rain possible for a few locations. That flood watch is in effect, along with isolated tornadoes. Same thing in Osceola County. We have the flood and tornado risk, along with the possibility of gusts maybe up over hurricane status. And into Brevard County, rough surf, tornado risk, along with some heavy rain. This is going to be the case even as we head north into parts of Flagler and Volusia County, and we do add that storm surge risk along the east coast as well as Ian moves out into the Atlantic. Our extended forecast showing a decent chance of rain tomorrow will continue into early on Friday and then start to clear out as we head toward the weekend.
Right, Mallory. Mallory, thank you very much. Well, we know flooding certainly is very much a concern. Either it's, from storm surge flooding, if it's freshwater flooding. It can be a big problem, especially for folks who are near those bodies of water.
Right now, we want to toss things out to Spectrum News 13's Rebecca Turco. She is live from an Orlando neighborhood that is historically flood prone. We're talking about the Orlo Vista community, rather. What are the conditions like there, and are you already seeing some flooded streets? Rebecca.
Not just yet as far as the flooded streets, Tammy, but that's really a big concern because of the history here. And right now we are starting to see in just the past few minutes, the rain has started pelting up more. Nothing too bad just yet, but certainly difference from when we saw you just half an hour ago. And we want to show you the trees as well. The wind, not too bad at this point, but it is starting to pick up. So again, the main concern here is if we pan over this way to this retention pond. This is one of several retention ponds in the area, and the concern is, depending on how much if it rains, whether that retention pond will flood and then in turn flood the area, because just a few years ago during Hurricane Irma, that's when we dealt with flooding in this area, flooding to the point where some 150 people actually had to be evacuated. So in the time that we've had in between live shots, we've had some folks drive by, say hi, talk to us a little bit, and that's what they've told us, that Hurricane Irma is really top of mind as we're in the middle of this storm right now. They want to make sure that something like that doesn't happen again. That's something they're concerned about. And one neighbor we spoke with a little bit earlier today, she's lived here some 3 years, so she didn't get to experience that flooding, that point to where, again, some 150 people had to be evacuated. But it's top of mind because of all the stories she's heard about that. Take a listen.
The anxiety level is kind of high, because like I said, me and him, we're just trying to wait and see how it does, and then we just are probably going to leave and go somewhere, probably to find a hotel or something like that.
So wait and see. That's really kind of the term of the day, right? Valentina says that's what her and her fiance plan to do. They're hoping to stay at their home just across the street from us as long as it doesn't flood in the area. So we're going to keep an eye here at the retention pond. So far, again, no flooding in the area, but rain is starting to pick up. So we'll be keeping an eye on that and keeping you all posted. For now, reporting live in Orlando, Rebecca Turco, Spectrum News.
Thank you, Rebecca. So important to have that plan at the start, but then also a backup plan. Emergency rescue workers have told us they're not coming for you during this storm. So
yeah, once the winds get to a
plan.
certain speed, they won't go out and get you. So yeah, that's why you need to be prepared, but not scared.
That's right. Well, FEMA leaders, they are ready to help in the hurricane recovery efforts. The agency sent 700 people here to the Sunshine State to strengthen the forces against the storm.
Approved Florida's request for emergency assistance immediately upon receiving it from the governor when they received it. And I directed my team to surge federal assistance there before the storm hit.
State officials are urging you to follow all local guidelines and heed the evacuation warnings. That's what Eric and I were just talking about. Numerous emergency officials have repeated the same old warning. Once the wind gets to a certain strength, they will not head out to help you.
I think it's like 40, 45 miles an hour. They're not going to risk it. And 40, 45 miles an hour is when the Sunshine Skyway Bridge on the west side of our state closes. It is closed. That's what it looks like just offshore from the bridge. Rocky waves. Don't get out in the water. We'll be back.
Save thousands at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this weekend at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Major brands of quality hot tubs and Michael Phelps Swim Spas ready for immediate delivery. Financing is available at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo this Friday through Sunday.
Mike Erdman Cadillac, quality you can trust. 32 years of business, located in beautiful Merritt Island, Florida. New luxurious Cadillacs and over 350 plus quality pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Expectations are exceeded with the Mike Erdman Cadillac VIP Family Plan. Complimentary no-cost maintenance, plus 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Mike Erdman Cadillac, quality you can trust. Call or visit us today.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, help is on the way.
With any of Life Alert's 3 emergency systems, help can be summoned immediately, and batteries never need charging.
I was having a stroke, and I was scared to death.
If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
Life Alert is a lifesaver.
My husband is alive because of Life Alert.
Life Alert is the lifesaver to keep me out of assisted living.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-617-1929. That's 1-800-617-1929. Call now, 1-800-617-1929.
Don't miss the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this Friday through Sunday at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Relaxation, rehabilitation, or recreation. Unbeatable prices on major brands of hot tubs and quality swim spas that will save you time and money compared to an in-ground pool.
Time now is 4:30, and we are looking for a new tornado watch that is coming in that is going to now include parts of Volusia County. That's going to extend until 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. And as we look at that watch, you can see this is the old one that was set to go until 5 o'clock, but we'll see those fill in here in just a bit. And we have been watching the potential for a few of those outer bands that could hold some of that heavy rain and the possibility of a spin up, and we actually had a confirmed spin up in parts of Brevard County earlier with some of those warned storms. But right now, I do want to show you, we do have some heavy rain that is moving through parts of Orange, Osceola over into Brevard County. A little bit of lightning activity as we check out our severe threat, the possibility for a few spin-ups in the area. We're going to be watching to see if there's any red and greens close together that might indicate that potential for isolated tornado that may come down in the area. But there has definitely been some heavy rain across Central Florida. And because of that, we do have a new flood warning that is in effect. This includes parts of Brevard, Osceola, Orange, Seminole, and extreme southern parts of Volusia County. This is set to go until 8:15. We've already had several inches of rain come down, and more is still, of course, possible as Ian gets closer to Central Florida. Tammy and Eric.
All right, Mallory, thank you very much, and we thank you for staying with us for our live in-depth team coverage of the hurricane. I'm Eric Levy alongside Tammy Fields.
Right now, the White House is directing federal resources here to the state of Florida, planning ahead for the aftermath of Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, the administration providing 110,000 gallons of fuel. We're talking 18,000 pounds of propane and generators as well. Nearly 4 million meals and about 3.5 million liters of water in Alabama.
FEMA is also deploying resources to help us deal with Hurricane Ian. Officials preparing fuel, generators, food, and water to dole out too. Search and rescue crews are moving into position. But with all of the department's coordination efforts, FEMA's administrator is emphasizing with any storm the most important work, it starts at home.
We need everyone to heed the warnings of their local officials before, during, and after this storm. These are life-saving messages that simply cannot be ignored.
And those unignorable life-saving messages include avoiding standing water, keeping that generator as well outside your home, not even in your garage, and point the exhaust away from your home and any windows that can open.
Very good advice there. Hurricane Ian inching, or actually already has made impact today a little after 3 o'clock. If for some reason you're just joining us right now, Spectrum News reporter Julia Hazel is in Bradenton. That is south of us. This is north of Sarasota. Let's check in with her to see what's going on there and what the conditions are like.
Yep, that's right. I'm here in downtown Bradenton, and the weather has just intensified over the past hour and a half. Strong winds coming our way with heavy, heavy rain. We drove around the area, saw some flooding in the streets, and even a nearby marina just right next to us. Those boats are rocking in those heavy waves over there. Now, if you are out on the streets. Manatee County officials are advising you to find shelter immediately. They're also saying to not get out and drive on the roads because not only could it put you in danger, but also first responders. But also for those at home, there are a couple things that you can do. First, charge your electronics. If you still have power, that's something you should definitely do. More than 5,000 residents in Manatee County have already lost their power, and something good to keep track of so you have some kind of power there. Another thing you can do is avoid using so much water at home. Simple things you can do is maybe not do some laundry for a while, or even limit the uses of shower or even flushing your toilet. Now, of course, this weather, we will continue coverage here, so we'll keep on going live here in Manatee County. Julia Hazel.
Julia, thank you so much. Stay safe there. I know that it's probably hard for her to hear us because it is so loud there.
Yeah, and I've been watching my security cameras at home, making sure my power is still on, but I have batteries and my flashlight, so we're going to be good to go there.
That's good. Yeah. That's good. Everyone needs to stay safe. Yeah. You know, our live team coverage, it continues with the Spectrum News team. Right now, we want to get to Brandon T. Jones. He is standing by live for us in Daytona Beach. I see some buildings there already with plywood. What's going on there in Volusia County?
Well, yeah, you can tell the rain over here is consistently picking up. Wind is starting to get a little bit stronger over here. And one of the reasons I wanted to check out downtown Daytona Beach, where I am right now, is because this area really can get hit hard with the flooding. And you can see right here some of the businesses, actually all of the businesses are already boxed up, boarded up. They've got their windows closed off, and they got sandbags all up and down the entire street of downtown Daytona Beach. Earlier today, I had an opportunity to kind of just walk down and talk with some of the people who were making some of those last minute preparations. And one of the businesses I actually spoke with, they had boards on their windows that were from Hurricane Dorian back in 2019. So they were out here today finishing up, putting those final touches on their business, and got a chance to speak with them about how they're getting prepared.
We need to protect the baby. Yeah. So she's protected now, and now Ian should take his CBD and calm down.
So yeah, a lot of the families are beginning to hunker down over here in Volusia County. One thing that the county did send out was that all bridges will close to traffic when sustained wind speeds reach 39 miles per hour. So they're asking everyone, if you do not have to be out right now, please remain in your house, stay safe with your families, and continue to hunker down. Reporting live in Daytona Beach, Brandon T. Jones, Spectrum News.
Thank goodness it was not a Dorian.
That's right. Good information there from Brandon. So many times people cut that plywood and they use it because it's already custom to their building, so that will explain why it had Dorian on it.
Yeah, that's right. Save some time as well.
That's right.
All right.
Well, in Volusia County, our meteorologists, they are expecting significant rainfall from Ian, and it's why the county has implemented a curfew, which takes effect tonight at 8 o'clock.
The purpose of our curfew, which takes effect at 8 o'clock tonight and lifts at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, is to keep the roads free from unnecessary traffic. First responders, emergency folks dealing with power outages, trees down, we need to be able to do our job.
Well, Volusia County is forecast to receive upwards of 10 inches of rain from this storm.
All right, coming up for you, we're going to, of course, continue our hopscotch around the state, check in with the coast-to-coast impacts from Hurricane Ian. That's coming up in just a few minutes, and we'll also get a check of weather. And certified meteorologist Mallory Nichols back in the Weather Center. Hey, Mal.
Yeah, we also now have a second landfall with Hurricane Ian down near Punta Gorda. The impacts it's going to continue to bring us overnight tonight, and some areas that have already seen some high wind gusts is coming up on your Weather on the One.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Attorney Dan Newland. Billions won for accident victims.
People choose Spectrum Internet because it's super fast and super reliable. The same reasons when you're out that you should also choose Spectrum Mobile. It's the most reliable service and you get nationwide 5G. Plus, you can manage your internet and mobile on the My Spectrum app, so you get all your ducks in a row. That is not a row, Randy. Come on, dude. You're my head duck. Fast, reliable, and simple. Get Spectrum Mobile and Spectrum Internet. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
I have a top denture and it does not stay in place. Not having to worry about adhesive all the time because that gets so nasty too. Everyone has noticed a change since I had the implants done at New Teeth Now. I just wanted the procedure done so life could get back to normal or be normal for a change. And I spoke with several dentists. They pretty much told me it was going to take 2 years. That was just not something I wanted to deal with for that amount of time. That's when I found New Teeth Now and Dr. Kirkpatrick, and I just knew that was what I wanted to do. I could actually go in and have everything done in one day.
At New Teeth Now, we can place a full set of beautiful, functional, implant-supported teeth in one day, and we can help you too.
New Teeth Now gave me the gift to be able to look in the mirror and actually see myself, to see the Beverly that I haven't seen in a very long time, the one that I've missed dearly and I'm glad is back.
Call today for our special pricing or visit newteethnow.com.
Life is busy, so come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. First, fill up with Shell gasoline that's scientifically proven to help improve your mileage. Then save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again.
Oh, wow.
And finally, snack up to save even more at the pump.
That's great.
Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell.
Wait, there's 3 of me? Awesome.
Local Forecast is brought to you by Parish Healthcare, healing patients, healing families, healing communities. Parish Healthcare, where the art of healing comes to life.
Welcome back to your weather on the ones. It is now 4:41 and we are tracking now the second landfall of Hurricane Ian. It made landfall just after 3 o'clock, so about an hour and a half ago near Cayo Costa down in Lee County. And now it's just moved overland mainland near Pirate Harbor near Punta Gorda. This is the second landfall as a Category 4 hurricane wind speeds of 145 miles per hour. Now, I want to go in a little bit closer because we have started to get a few storm reports. I want a few more of those to pop in for you. It seems it's just the tornado that touched down in Brevard County. But what I wanted to show here was we have gotten tropical storm force wind reports in Brevard County, as well as one at the Orlando International Airport, a gust of 52 miles per hour not too long ago. So certainly starting to show the winds beginning to pick up, and we do still have that tornado threat as well. So as we look at Klystron 13, there is one band that I'm watching here. This is in Osceola County up into Orange and northern Brevard County. And this is where we have the heaviest of the rain that is pushing through at this time. A little bit of a break for southern Brevard and Osceola County. Still getting some strong winds, but at least at this point, there's not that heavy rain rolling through. And as I stop this loop, I'm going to go in closer to these heavier showers and switch over to my velocities because we're still looking at the possibility for some rotation as these bands roll across the area. But right now, I'm not seeing any big indications of any rotation that's occurring at this time. But of course, I do want to keep my eye on this because we have already had some tornado warnings and some confirmation of that tornado that came down not too long ago. So we're going to keep an eye on the radar for you as we continue to watch Ian over the next several hours. We do have a tornado watch until 1 a.m. now. It was set to expire at 5 p.m., but it has been extended and now includes Volusia County, Seminole, Orange, Brevard, and Osceola County, set to go until 1 a.m. for the potential of that tornado threat. And that is in the moderate category, but we're also looking at strong winds, windy conditions sticking around tonight and into tomorrow. Flagler County looking at the potential for a storm surge tomorrow as Ian moves off to the northeast, and everyone a decent flooding potential. Several inches of rain will be possible as we head through tonight, throughout the day tomorrow before Ian pulls out on Friday. Tammy and Eric.
All right, Mallory, thank you very much. We want to continue our live in-depth team coverage with a former member of the Spectrum News 13 team. Keith Baker worked on our assignment desk. Both Tammy and I remember him fondly, and he is actually riding out the storm in Port Charlotte.
Keith, tell us what's going on there. I know that you've lost power. How are things going there, and how are you holding up?
Pretty well. I've got the two grands with us, and let's see, 4 pets. So It's kind of crowded, and the house is just kind of banging around. We've got window coverings that I can't really peer through much. Going to peek over the corner, and there's damage from our privacy fence and lanai. The neighbor's live oak tree is shredded. There's almost no leaves on it. So it's been really powerful and shaking us up quite a bit.
Now, what is the plan for you and your family, Keith? Will you all stay there and continue to ride out this storm, or do you think at a certain point you'll leave?
We think we're going to stay. My daughter's house is about 3 miles from here, and it was in the evacuation zone. So we're going to have to assess both houses before we figure out what's next. So we're just going to hunker down and try to get through it.
I know it's eerie when you've got your boards up and you can't see out. Is this some of the video that you were able to shoot out in front of your home some time ago?
I was. It's right. I just peeked in through the corner of the covering, and some of the lanai screens came down and the privacy fence came down. We're not going to get the water event that Punta Gorda did or some of the other coastal areas. We're supposed to get maybe a foot, maybe 2 feet tops, but we're going to be okay in that regard. It's the wind that we're really concerned about.
What does it sound like? You know, it often the strong winds from a hurricane or a tornado is often likened to a freight train. I've lived in the Midwest. I've heard that sound. What has it sounded like to you, Keith?
It's been more like just if you took the house and shook it, kind of a rumbling sound. And the dog was barking at every time it popped up, and now he's kind of calmed down and just taking it in stride. But it's really kind of just loud and unnerving.
Yeah, well, we certainly wish you the best, and Keith, thank you very much. And if you have a time where you can get out where it's safe, or when it's safe, snap some pictures. We'd love to see the area of what you're seeing. But Keith, thank you so very much for your time.
Stay safe. We appreciate it. We know so many people across Florida have made that decision to stay at home and have made plans and preparations and understand that they may lose power and water as well. So we appreciate that. That really gives us some perspective of what so many people are going through.
Yeah, we're going to be talking with Molly Durig periodically to get updates on the power situation as well. Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey spoke earlier today about flooding. We want you to listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
Just be mindful. If you know, flooding can be just as dangerous as all the rest of the components of the storm. So if we have an area, please call 911. Get us out there as quick as we can. We'll respond for as long as the conditions allow us to.
Sheriff Ivey also advising everyone to stay where they are. He says now is not the time to be heading out on the roadways.
We would advise everybody at this point is stay where you are. The storm is starting to come on shore on the West Coast. We're going to continue to see the situation and conditions deteriorate here for us. So stay where you're at.
All right, so again, it is from Sanibel to Satellite Beach and points in between. We are getting the effects of the storm. There really is no whether you're in the path or not. You are in the path of this storm, and we're going to continue our live in-depth team coverage in just a moment here on Spectrum News 13.
Keep it here. We're back in a moment.
Yeah, it was...
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Florida Aid to Animals. With the lowest prices on visits, vaccines, and products, Florida Aid to Animals will save you money.
This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Klystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection. Available on the App Store and Google Play. And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
Not sure who you can trust to replace your old worn-out windows? One company comes highly recommended. Renewal by Andersen. Homeowners trust and love our replacement windows and doors. Take the first step. Contact us for the best home improvement experience you'll ever have. Save now. For a limited time, get these huge savings and special financing. Call now for a free consultation or visit us online.
After an auto accident, insurance companies will try to outsmart you and pay as little as possible.
I was stopped in traffic and a car hit me from behind. After the accident, I had neck surgery. My medical bills skyrocketed, so I called an attorney from Vocate Legal. He started working on my case at no upfront cost to me. The insurance company lowballed me, claiming my injuries couldn't have been caused by this low-impact accident. Through special investigations, my attorney and his team discovered a concealed and much bigger umbrella policy. That's how they outsmarted the insurance company and obtained $2.25 million.
Call 1-800-900-9229 for a free consultation.
At Vocate Legal, our attorneys know exactly how big insurance thinks and how to outsmart them. That's all we do, day in and day out. Your consultation is free and you pay nothing unless you win.
Call 1-800-900-9229 for a free consultation. That's 1-800-900-9229.
Vocate Legal, fight smarter.
Welcome back to your Weather on the Ones. I'm meteorologist Mallory Nichols here in the Weather Center with Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick, and we are continuing to watch bands of rain rolling across central Florida and already getting some reports of a few power outages. So things to keep in mind as your power goes out. You don't want to charge anything in a running car that is not well ventilated. So don't have your garage door shut, turn on the car and try to charge anything. You want to have it in an open space. Same thing with your generator. Make sure it is very well ventilated. And if you are using candles as the sun starts to set, if you don't have any lights, make sure you are using those candles safely, not leaving them unattended and creating a fire. Don't want any other hazards with all that we are continuing to deal with Hurricane Ian. And as we check out the latest on Klystron 13, we do have some heavy rain, and that is rolling through parts of Brevard over into Orange and Osceola counties. And not only are these heavier showers that are pushing through, it's bringing some gusty wind as well. I've seen a few reports of wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. So we'll start first in northern Brevard County here from Mims down to Titusville, Mare Island, Port St. John. We have some of that heavy rain, and this is all pushing off to the northwest rather quickly. And then as we move over into parts of Osceola and Orange County, we also have some of those heavier showers that are coming down in the area as well. Now, as we switch over to our velocities, I want to show you some of the higher winds I'm seeing here that have pushed into Osceola County. Near St. Cloud, we're seeing winds of 45 miles per hour, and we're also seeing some of those sustained winds continuing between 30 to even up to 50, starting to push into the area, and some higher wind down in Polk County as well that is lifting off to the north. But that's the highest wind I'm seeing at this point. I'm also looking at velocities to determine where there might be a little bit of rotation showing up. We had some of those tornado warnings earlier between about the 3 and 4:30 hour, or about 3 to 4 o'clock is when we had some of those tornado warnings, and we did have a confirmed tornado that touched down in parts of Brevard County. So we're going to continue to watch that potential threat sticking around as we head into tonight and tomorrow. So again, watching the radar. We're also watching Hurricane Ian has made its second landfall, mainland landfall near Pirate Harbor. Wind speeds are still at 145 miles per hour, pushing off to the northeast at 9 miles per hour. As we check out the latest track, again, continuing to move a little more to the northeast for the next few hours, and then it looks like it's going to make a turn to the northeast. We'll have to see exactly when that occurs. Ian's going to be weakening as it moves over land, but it may be still with some hurricane force winds as it starts to push into central Florida. So that's what we're going to be watching tonight. Notice this time stamp as a tropical storm is tomorrow morning. So weakening as it moves over land, and then by tomorrow night, it looks like it will push back out into the Atlantic and start to pull away. So conditions will be improving as we head toward Friday. Right now, though, we have Flagler, Marion, Sumter counties in a tropical storm warning. That is with wind speeds 39 miles per hour higher likely. We also have a hurricane warning for the rest of Central Florida. Gusts over 74 miles per hour will be likely. And this is going to continue through at least early on Friday. Conditions will begin to improve as we head toward the weekend, and it does look like several days. We have no rain in the forecast, which is great to help us dry back out. Tammy and Eric?
It will be some time before we dry out, right?
Yeah.
Flooding concerns, what we're all talking about, especially for people who live around large bodies of water. It is a constant concern.
Yeah, and there's a lot of elevated anxiety, I'm sure, in the Orlo Vista area in Orlando. That is an area historically known for flooding. Spectrum News 13's Rebecca Turco has been there for quite some time now. Rebecca, what's new?
Good evening. Well, we've been here a few hours now, and the rain is starting to pick up. The wind isn't too bad at this point, but I want to pan down and show you we're starting to see some localized ponding in the area, not quite flooding, but the concern here really is a retention pond we have off to the side. And in the past, during Hurricane Irma, with all of that rain, that retention pond actually overflowed to the point where this neighborhood here, folks had to be evacuated because of the flooding, because the water was so high, some 150 people. So that hurricane is top of people's minds right now for this storm. They're hoping that it doesn't get to that point, that the retention pond to the side of us doesn't overflow. And we actually caught up with a woman a little bit earlier. She lives just across the street. She's lived here some 3 years, so she wasn't here for Irma, but she has heard stories from her neighbors, and she's hoping it doesn't happen this go around, especially because so many senior citizens live in the community here.
This house is old. As you can see, it's concrete. So, you know, I think it pretty much will hold up as opposed to they said about Irma, and everything held up pretty well.
So the rain, again, picking up right now. Not sure if you can hear it over the microphone. So we're going to head and dry off for a couple minutes while we can, and we'll see you in just a little bit with another update. Reporting live in Orlando, Rebecca Turco, Spectrum News.
Thank you, Rebecca. Stay safe and get dry.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll continue our coverage of our Hurricane Ian coverage, and we're going to go to Miami, I believe, right now.
A live look right now. Let's take a look.
There it is. Ominous, but certainly well away from the center of the storm. Far enough away, I'm sure, but still too close for comfort. And the center of the storm, Tammy, coming our way.
That's right. Keep it right here for much more right after the break.
Good afternoon, Central Florida. Here's what's happening in our community, brought to you by the expert injury attorneys at Todd Minor Law.
Closed captioning is brought to you by New Teeth Now. In only one day, New Teeth Now can change your life with a new smile. We treat patients others turn away.
Shower and bath remodeling made fast and easy by the experts you can trust. Hey everybody, Joe back with Kirsten from West Shore Home. And Kirsten, for years we've talked about West Shore Home's fast and easy remodeling experience. But today, I really want to focus on what we mean when we're talking about fast.
So Joe, one of the biggest questions we get is how soon can your installers come out to do the project? We know everybody's busy. So I'm happy to say that anyone who orders the classic shower package, we could be out in as little as a week to get that job done.
Wow, you're saying 1 week from initial purchase to installation. That's truly remarkable. Now, how about people who are not so sure right now? How can you help them?
So right now, for anyone who calls in, we're offering 0% APR for 48 months, plus 50% off the cost of installation.
Folks, if you need to remodel your shower or bath, trust the experts at West Shore Home. Give them a call today, and when you do, take advantage of this great offer. West Shore Home is extending this offer for 1 week only. It's 0% APR for 48 months, and for limited time, they're doing 50% off the cost of installation. Call West Shore Home now.
When it comes to beating cancer, your first choice is your best chance. Moffitt Cancer Center brings the highest level of urgency to provide the right diagnosis right away. As Florida's only national comprehensive cancer center, we're fast-tracking revolutionary therapies and pioneering vaccines that enable the life-saving power of prevention. When an accurate diagnosis and therapy matter, choose Moffitt first. Moffitt, a cancer center like no other.
I met Governor DeSantis in 2009 when he was on active duty. He was a Navy commissioned officer and served in Iraq. When you're advising SEAL Team 1, you're making life and death decisions every day. And as someone who has served side by side with him, he is selfless and he will do what is in your best interest, not his best interest. The Navy's core values are honor, courage, and commitment. And Governor DeSantis embodied those core values on active duty, and he embodies them every day as the governor of our state. Governor DeSantis is a true servant leader.
This is a major, major storm.
Right now, the center of Hurricane Ian is spiraling closer to Central Florida.
Floridians up and down the coast are already feeling the storm's painful impacts.
But now is not the time to be scared. It's about staying aware and putting your preparations to work.
And we'll pull together through this.
As Central Florida's only team of dual certified meteorologists are keeping you informed throughout the storm and beyond, covering Hurricane Ian's impact in the Sunshine State right now on Spectrum News 13. And good evening to you. I'm Eric Levy here at 5 o'clock.
And I'm Tammy Fields. Thank you for joining us. By now, you know that Hurricane Ian has made landfall. For many of you, you know how important it is to be prepared and in a safe place as conditions out there continue to be an issue.
And they are deteriorating fast as the center gets even closer to Central Florida. Let's get right to the Weather Center and talk to our certified weather experts. On the left, it's dual certified chief meteorologist Brian Carrick and meteorologist Mallory Nichols.
Thank you, Eric and Tammy. Yeah, we watched this make two landfalls across the barrier islands near Cayo Costa, and that was about 3:05. And then at about 4:35, made a mainland landfall near Pirate Harbor. And Mallory, the very latest track is out. Forecast, it's still narrowing, but we're still going to have impacts.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the 5 o'clock update. The winds have been gradually decreasing now that it's sitting over land and dealing with that friction, but not enough. It's still a Category 4 with winds of 140 miles per hour. It has slowed down a little bit, north-northeast to 8 miles per hour. And it's the slow track that's really going to cause the biggest issues over the next about 24 to 36 hours as it moves off to the northeast. And one of those issues is the potential for an isolated tornado. We do have a tornado watch in effect for Volusia, Seminole, Orange, Brevard, and Osceola County until 1 a.m.
All right, and so we are watching potential for some of these outer bands to produce rotation. You can see the center of circulation coming up through Charlotte Harbor, closer to home. Pockets of heavy rain, the potential for very gusty winds, a little bit of lightning here and there. I'm not seeing much in the way of rotation now, but Mallory just mentioned we've got that tornado warning. We are seeing a little bit that is starting to rotate. Every little area where we've got red and green coming together, the possibility of rotation, something we will be monitoring throughout the night. So Tammy and Eric, it's going to be a busy night. Things will get a little intense, but we're here to cover it throughout the night and into tomorrow.
And Brian, we certainly remember during Irma, there were 50 some odd tornado warnings at times, and not all of them, actually had tornadoes, but they can happen. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Well, if you are, and I think you are, pretty much everybody is in Hurricane Ian's path. So the best advice, just stay where you are.
That's right. This is not the time to get out and about. Governor Ron DeSantis saying it's literally too late to safely evacuate at this point. The governor gave out storm safety tips during his briefing this morning. Another briefing is expected about 5:30 today. He talked about down power lines. He talked about operating a generator inside your home, even the garage being a huge danger. Florida Division of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie says the exact impact to Central Florida is still really tough to predict.
As the governor mentioned earlier today, possibly speeding up just a little bit to getting out of here in 24 hours versus 36 hours. So that'll certainly help on the rainfall side of the house. But again, it does have a Charlie-esque feel.
All right, we actually want to go to Seminole County now. Government leaders are giving an update on the storm response.
Let's
go listen.
Americans behind me are...
And actually, they're just getting ready. That is Alan Harris, who is the EOC director. He is just giving some final preparations. They're about to begin speaking.
You see all of these people behind him. They have been working around the clock to make sure that folks in Seminole County know the latest information and that they...
All right, good evening. Coming directly here from the Emergency Operations Center, multiple agencies in here from Public Works, Law Enforcement, Fire Rescue, Health and Medical, volunteers and donations, mass care, sheltering, food and water, business and industry, our power companies, utilities, all here preparing for the Hurricane Ian to hit our county. We've started to see some of the outer bands come into the area with minor gusts at this point, but we are certainly prepared for what will transpire later this evening and into the morning. All 7 municipalities also here participating in a coordinated response to this event. This morning we did enact a evacuation order at 8 o'clock. Since then, 8 shelters have been opened. Right now, quite a bit of capacity still available in those shelters. Just over 300 clients in the shelters, so plenty of space there for individuals that would like to come to those shelters. We do ask persons that may want to come to the shelter to please try to get there before these winds start to pick up. Right now we're seeing the lighter of the winds, but we certainly don't want people to travel when it's dangerous. People should get to the shelter before dark because from then it's just going to get worse and worse. We have had a couple reports of traffic signals that are out in various portions of the county. So when you come to those intersections, please do a 4-way stop. But again, that's why it is so dangerous after dark to be traveling around the county. You may not be able to see these traffic signals. It may look different than normal, and that's where we've seen some of the fatality traffic crashes in previous hurricanes. We don't want that to take place this time. Seminole County has not enacted a curfew. I know there's been quite a few questions related to that. These discussions are taking place, when that would take place and when it would be necessary for us to do that. We certainly do not want to do it any longer than we have to, and it would be certainly for public safety. So we continue to have those conversations, and when we start to see the weather deteriorate to a point where people should absolutely not be on the road, those curfews will be issued. And of course, as our crews get out, clear the roadways, make sure power lines are not down in the roadways and is safe to pass at some level, then we would lift that curfew so that people could go to their places of business, places of worship, and pick up the pieces, see what kind of damage is there, things like that. Sandbag locations. We had some questions related to sandbag locations. They will be available post-storm. Along the St. Johns River, that flooding typically lasts, or it takes a while to occur, especially up in Lake Monroe. So those will be opened possibly Saturday or Sunday, depending on the outcome of the event. And in that case, you could go by and get additional sandbags as necessary for the potential of flooding early next week on Lake Monroe. Persons along the Little Wekiva River that have experienced flooding in the past, the forecast and what we're hearing from the National Weather Service is this could be historic. So if you have flooded in the past, if it's come close to your house in the past, you may want to go ahead and evacuate, because this could, depending on where the rain falls, again, could be historic in nature. So if it was near your house before, it may be unfortunately inside your house this time. Right now, we already have 4,000 customers that are without power here in the county, just a little over 4,000 customers without power. Power crews are working in the field as long as it is safe to do so to restore power. Once it becomes unsafe, the power crews will go to their staging locations, which are at various locations here around the county, some fire stations here at the Public Safety Building. And then once it is clear for them to get out, they will start restoration efforts again. Damage assessment teams are also on station staging and ready to respond after the storm. These damage assessment teams will go out. They'll do look at community roadways, homes, buildings, critical infrastructures for damage, and then identify any roads that may need to be closed, anything that could be fixed quickly, and then we will make those determinations about lifting curfews if the curfew is necessary. All right, with that, I'd like to turn it over to the fire chief for some additional comments.
Good evening. As Alan mentioned, flooding is an imminent threat, as we're seeing in Fort Myers. Time for preparation is quickly coming to an end, and everyone should be settling themselves indoors. We've deployed high water vehicles in the Geneva and Altamont area, which historically has some flooding issues, though those in these flood-prone areas should have already evacuated. With home safety, as we're starting to lose power, we're continuing to track carbon monoxide calls. Those are one of the biggest killers that we have during a storm. Please, if you're using a generator, keep it out of your house, out of the garage, 20 feet away from your home. Even if your garage door is open, those odorless, tasteless, colorless gases can cause death, and you just won't wake up. Along with other hazards, candles are a big starter of fires. Please use battery-powered lighting. If you must use a candle, ensure that it is away from anything that is flammable and could catch on fire. We want to remind the public that as the storm's winds increase, when they get in the 50 to 70 miles an hour range, we will be stopping our response. Please continue to call 911. We will respond when it becomes safe, and our highly trained dispatchers may be able to help you through your emergency. With flooding, anytime that you come to a flooded area, remember, don't step into the water, turn around, don't drown, don't drive your vehicle into the water. If you absolutely must travel, use that with extreme caution, and as already mentioned, you come to a non-working traffic light, treat it as a four-way stop. With flooding, electrocution is the second leading cause of death. Downed power lines can energize that water for a very long distance. Again, if you don't understand it, stay out of the water. Again, all non-emergencies, please call our Citizens Information Line at 407-665-0000. Please keep yourself safe. I'd like to turn it over to Sheriff Dennis Lima.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you for being here. I want to thank all of the people who are working in this room and are out in our community patrolling our streets, because quite literally they've left their families behind so they can protect all of our families throughout Seminole County, and their work is noble, and they should receive a lot of credit for that. They prepare for this all year long, and we've done everything that we can possibly do to make sure that we can get through this safely. Now the rest of the responsibility is on all of our citizens that have been listening, and I'm incredibly impressed and proud of the citizens of Seminole County that have made their own decisions to self-regulate their activity. Our deputies and police officers throughout Seminole County have been on the roadways all day, and a significant amount of people who have listened to the warnings and said, you know what, we're going to shelter in place, we're going to stay home. I also want to thank the businesses that had made the choice early on to close their businesses. Many businesses weren't even open at all today. A good percentage of them closed at noon, so that helps the public safety professionals out tremendously. Just like the fire chief was saying, when sustained winds reach around 50 miles per hour, it makes it incredibly dangerous for first responders to get out there and respond to your call for service. So I'm asking, if you need us, call us. We will evaluate the circumstances, what's at risk, and make a determination on whether or not we're going to respond. The sheriff's office and police departments are working in harmony, and we have 5 heavy vehicles that are deployed, again, positioned strategically throughout the county. In the event that the wind is sustained more than 50 miles per hour and there is a need for us to respond, we're probably going to respond in one of those heavy vehicles. Again, it's just safer for us to get out there and do that. Additionally, it's these heavy vehicles that help us with citizens who need help with flooding evacuation. So you'll see some of these vehicles on routine patrol. As the chief had mentioned, if a traffic signal is out, treat that traffic signal as a four-way stop, and be very, very mindful if you're out there driving. Try to stay off the road, but if you're mindful, it is easy to come up on an intersection that may not have any lights or any markings and to blow through it. So slow down. If you have to be on the road, slow down, be cautious. Most of our intersections, all of our intersections actually, are on battery backup power, and for those that are not of major intersections, they'll be back on generator power. We lock those generators down and we track those generators to prevent from theft. Additionally, if you come off on a traffic, other type of traffic signal device, particularly a stop sign, it's very easy when these winds get up there that stop signs will fly. They'll come off the post. So again, be mindful of that. When it comes to flooding hazards, you're going to hear a lot about flooding over the next few days. Understand that not only is flooding a dangerous situation itself because of the roads washed out, there's all types of critters in the Florida waters that are out there. So again, if the water is now normally not by your front door and it comes up by your front door, that means the likelihood of alligators and snakes and all of those things potentially are in that water. Inevitably, after a storm, we see people getting in the water and playing in the water. That is incredibly dangerous, and we advise you not to do that. We have our shelters that are open. We have people who are in the shelters. You'll hear more about that. You've heard a lot about that so far. We have deputy sheriffs and police officers that are there to ensure that every person there is safe and secure, not only from potential harms that may occur at the shelter, but they can be an avenue of resource for families that are there that need information about what's going on the outside. Increased presence with marked patrol vehicles, whether it's a police department or a sheriff's office. We are now at full staffing in our police groups, and what we've done is taken school resource deputies and court deputies and all of these people who had non-traditional assignments from the routine patrol stuff, and we've added them to our patrol groups and our shelter coverage. So there's a lot more deputies and police officers that are out there on the roads right now. There's also a lot of law enforcement officers that are out there that are focusing on the areas of evacuation. People are leaving manufactured homes, mobile homes, floodplain areas, and what we're doing is intentionally putting more police officers, both visible presence and non-visible presence, to protect your property while you're away. Again, a lot of people out there that are working to do that. Last message is call us if you need us, but be mindful of what's at stake and what's at risk. Call us if you need us.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff. Any questions from the group?
You mentioned people staying at the shelters. I see 146 on the screen back there. Do you have any idea how many people are choosing to stay who are in those flood-prone areas?
It's hard for us to know because really shelters are places of last resort. So a lot of folks have, they're going to go to a friend or a family member's house. I have neighbors that decided that they're going to travel up north to Gainesville to visit with their family. So it just depends on the individual where they would go. So we don't really know that because people won't call us and tell us exactly where they went. We do know a little over 300, as you said, in shelters. There's two different numbers: general population and special needs. We track them separately.
Okay. And you talked about flooding and some of these outer bands that we're now starting to move through. Have we seen any images or reports of flooding along Little Wekiva or up in Lake Harney?
Not on the Little Wekiva at this point. It is a flood, a river that does flood very quickly, but also recovers very quickly. We haven't seen flooding in that particular area yet, but also we're on the very far fringe of this storm coming in, so we really even haven't seen high winds at this point. I will say, though, localized ponding and flooding, we are starting to see that around the county. Most of those are in roads as our storm system tries to catch up with the amount of rain that we've received, as well as in construction zones. So if you're driving through construction zones, that's something to be mindful as well, because those storm systems haven't been fully repaired yet or are perfected because, of course, of the construction. So there may be some localized ponding in those locations as well.
I know you're getting a lot of questions about the curfew. Is it a matter not if, but when?
We're taking that. We're looking at that. We're not only looking at that here in Seminole County, but we're already looking at that regionally as well. A lot of folks that live here in Seminole County work in Orange County, or vice versa. They live in Orange County and they work up here in Seminole County. So we want to make sure that we're somewhat consistent with our neighbors. So we are communicating with our neighbors as well as internally. When the conditions start to get unsafe, and there's a lot of people that make that decision. The sheriff's office, of course, Public Works as well. So and power. If we start to see a lot of power lines and downs in roadways, things like that, traffic signals down, that factors into that as well. So that decision is just continuously ongoing. I think we've had, Sheriff, probably 4 or 5 phone calls today about that, and we'll continue to have those conversations until we make the decision, if we make the decision to enact it, when we enact that.
I have one more.
Sure. Go ahead.
As we see some of these images coming from the coast and from the Fort Myers area, is there anything in that can help us get more insight or better tailor our response here?
A lot of some of these people are new, but some of these people are very seasoned and they've been through hurricanes before. Looking at those images just reminds us, those that were here in 2004, and I'm looking back there and I see quite a few folks from 2004, a lot more from 2017 during Irma and 2016 during Matthew. So those images remind us of how serious this can be and how serious it was in those storms. And each and every one of them, hats off to them, because they've been practicing, preparing. We've done exercises related to this. We are ready as we can be for this event, and will respond as quickly and safely as possible to help anyone that's in need. All right, I'd like to turn it over then to Myrna, which is going to give a Spanish translation of our press conference today. Myrna, thank you so much again for being here each and every time to do our Spanish translation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Alan. Muy buenas tardes.
All right, really great information there coming out of Seminole County. Some of this information we have heard before, but Eric, it is so important to keep reiterating it, because so many times people are new to this area and might not know all of this information. One that we heard the sheriff talk about was to avoid the water.
Yes.
Lots of people like to go out and play in it, and kids like to kind of go right out in front and get in that flood water. But when you're talking about critters, alligators, and snakes, that's the downside. It can be very dangerous.
Not only that, if you're in the water and you have an open wound.
Sure, yeah.
You don't know what is in that water.
Bacteria.
If you've had vehicles driving through the water, that's going to leave.
Dirt.
That could get into and penetrate into that open sore, and that could lead to something. We want to get to weather, but I want to run down the shelters really quickly. Lake Mary High School, Lawton Childs Middle School, Midway Elementary School, Winter Springs High School. Those are general populations. Lyman and Winter Springs, by the way, pet friendly, and the Bentley Elementary School and Lair Elementary School special needs shelter. And you heard Alan Harris say that there's still plenty of room there.
Now, there's not so much in Orange County. There has been one shelter there that is an issue. It's full, so please make a plan and find out before you go where you can get in.
Let's get a look right now at the latest coordinates and the rest of the Ian impacts right now. And there's Certified Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick.
Hey, Eric and Tammy, we just had a gust of 74 miles per hour at New Smyrna Beach. And that is well out, away from the center. So we are starting to crank those winds up. And I do want to let you know we have a tornado watch in place for Volusia, Seminole, Orange, as well as Osceola and Brevard County now until 1 a.m. So winds are only going to continue to ramp up this evening and tonight. Again, we're asking you to be home tonight and just stay put. We're going to be here to cover this for you in the safety of our newsroom downtown. We've had some questions about how we're staying safe. We are in a pretty safe building. We've got our generators going. We've got places for everybody to sleep, food and water as well. So we're going to be here all night and during the day tomorrow to walk you through this storm. Let's get over to Kleister on 13 and show you what we've got. The eye coming on shore made a first landfall at Cayo Costa, and that was about 3:05. And that, again, is down near Charlotte Harbor. And as we take a look, zoom in a little closer here, it made a secondary landfall, a mainland landfall, though, as it was coming in near Pirate Harbor. So again, in the Charlotte Harbor area, this is where we made landfall. As a matter of fact, let's put this into motion. This thing is still moving fairly slowly at only 9 to 10 miles per hour. But the areas down and around Port Charlotte, Venice, Northport, and Arcadia have been absolutely hammered with this storm tonight. And I have a feeling the devastation is going to be, unfortunately, pretty high. Closer to home, we've had a few tornado warnings today, and we had a confirmed tornado, and I've been watching video of a tornado just east of Deer Park. We were on live with this one, covering it for you, and we kept saying this has got to be on the ground, and it's got to be doing some damage somewhere, and more than likely down in Indian River County where it started did some damage, but we do have confirmed video of a tornado east of Deer Park. Let's pause the radar down. Let me see what we've got. We've got heavy batches of rain that is continuing to come on up. Now, Mallory was telling me about that 74-mile-per-hour wind gusts out at New Smyrna Beach. Notice these little pockets of lime green and red. That is where we're getting a little bit of rotation, but we're also starting to pick up the winds. I want to see if I can get a sample of some of the winds. 34, 39, 27. Over on the I-95 corridor, only about 20 miles per hour. There's a 50. But again, at New Smyrna Beach, a gust of 74 miles per hour. Okay, let's back up quickly. Hey, kids, getting a little more intense out there for you. Let your parents monitor Ian. Just ignore what's going on with Ian. Get yourself into some good books. As Tammy mentioned last night, do that homework. Still needs to get done. Charge up those tablets and phones as we start to see widespread power outages tonight. And keep yourself in on some games, listen to music, and let your parents focus on Ian. If the power goes out, don't run your car in the garage. Keep that generator ventilated. Careful. Be very careful using any kind of candles. Once the storm exits, let the storm exit the area, contact family and friends, and carefully assess the damage. I want to quickly share with you a 7-day. Rain coverage is still going to be very high tomorrow with the wind coming down very quickly Friday. We'll see sunshine Friday afternoon and a dry weekend ahead as the cleanup process begins.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. That 74-mile-an-hour wind gust in New Smyrna Beach, that's pretty scary and well ahead of the center of the storm. Yeah, let's go look at Melbourne Beach.
See the flags there. Yep.
Yeah, strong winds blowing. Definitely, it's getting a little dicey out there. So as we say, stay inside. And you heard from Seminole County leaders, Tammy giving an update on how they plan to handle things going from here.
That's right, and we have our Sharon Stone. She is in Seminole County for us live right now in Altamont Springs. Tell us what the conditions are like where you are. Doesn't sound too good.
Yeah.
No, I would be lying to you if I said this felt good to be out here, but it's important. We want to paint the picture of what we're expecting. You did hear Seminole County leaders, Alan Harris, who's talking about the Little Wekiva River and how easily that floods. It hasn't happened yet, but it's something they are preparing for and they want people to expect. So when we're talking about these low-lying areas, we're actually in one. I'm on a road. It's called Little Wekiva Road appropriately here in Altamont Springs. Let me walk you through what the neighbor who lives on this street told me is basically going to happen. So she said, well, I'll start with Irma. When they were in Irma, this fire hydrant was completely underwater, and that's not an exaggeration. She's expecting that is something that will happen at this point with this storm as well. And when getting back to those low-lying flood areas, she said, look out for these posts down here. If you see one of these posts that are painted orange, that means you're in a low-lying flood-prone area. And we're seeing these posts here up and down the road. Again, you can see that we will continue to monitor the conditions throughout the day, but we are not expecting things to look good in this area, but we'll keep you posted and check back in with you later.
All right. Thank you for that.
All right. And from Altamont Springs out to Brevard County in the Atlantic, and an update from Greg Pallone.
Let's see what the conditions are like where you are. Whoa, that water behind you, not looking too good.
Yeah, the Indian River here in Melbourne at Kiwanis Park is overflowing its banks. It's along the boardwalk here, and you can see just how choppy it is as these bands continue to come up from the south here in southern Brevard County. But you can see down the line there, almost looking like a water show here as the river continues to pound the shoreline in this area. We've we've had a reprieve from rains, but we expect those to be happening here at any time as the evening rolls on. But again, the effects of Ian being seen here in southern Brevard County will keep you posted. Live in Melbourne, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News 13.
Thank you, Greg.
We appreciate that live report, and look at those conditions out there. We know things are getting a little hairy.
Yeah, as we head to break, we'll take a look at Melbourne Beach and the flags going upward and outward with the strong wind blowing on shore, and that Well, hurricane-force wind gust in New Smyrna Beach. It is getting bad, and our continued coverage continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
If you or a family member needs rehabilitation, you should know this. All rehabilitation facilities are not equal, and you have a choice, a clear choice.
When I came here, I didn't think I would, I didn't know if there was ever a possibility for me to walk. Prognosis was not real good, but I knew in my heart of hearts that I was going to walk. And the people here made it happen.
Melbourne Terrace Rehabilitation Center, helping you get back to you.
Get more MPGs and 1.9% financing at Space Coast Honda and Ron Norris Honda. With new inventory arriving daily, it's easy to drive the most fuel-efficient automaker in America. Honda. Save at the pump with up to 40 MPGs for Honda cars and trucks. And save even more with 1.9% financing on your new Honda. Only at your 2 participating Brevard Honda dealers, Space Coast Honda and Ron Norris Honda.
Mike Erdman Cadillac, quality you can trust. 32 years of business, located in beautiful Merritt Island, Florida. New luxurious Cadillacs and over 350 plus quality pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Expectations are exceeded with the Mike Erdman Cadillac VIP Family Plan. Complimentary no-cost maintenance, plus 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Mike Erdman Cadillac, quality you can trust. Call or visit us today.
If you spent time on base at Camp Lejeune prior to 1988 and developed any of these cancers or suffered any of these injuries, you may be eligible for significant financial compensation.
Leaking underground tanks contaminated the drinking water with benzene and other highly carcinogenic chemicals.
There have been numerous reported cases of exposed personnel developing cancer and other serious health conditions. Call Camp Lejeune victims to discuss your case now.
800-563-1184.
This is a major storm.
Right now, the center of Hurricane Ian is spiraling closer to central Florida.
Floridians up and down the coast are already feeling the storm's painful impacts.
But now is not the time to be scared. It's about staying aware and putting your preparations to work.
And we'll pull together through this.
As Central Florida's only team of dual certified meteorologists are keeping you informed throughout the storm and beyond, covering Hurricane Ian's impact in the Sunshine State right now on Spectrum News 13. And the live in-depth team coverage continues now at 5:30. Glad you're with us. I'm Eric Levy.
And I'm Tammy Fields. By now, you should be prepared and in a safe place. If you're just joining us for coverage, you probably need to know that Hurricane Ian has, in fact, made landfall not once, but actually twice.
And the weakening process is starting, but it is still going to be a feisty storm by the time the center gets over here. So let's not waste any time. Get right over to our dual certified chief meteorologist, Brian Carrick, and dual certified meteorologist Mallory Nichols. Hey, friends.
Thank you, Eric and Tammy. And yes, Tammy, as you were mentioning, 2 landfalls. First one in Cayo Costa. That was about 3:05, now near Charlotte Harbor. That crossed in Barrier Island and then made a mainland landfall at 4:35 at Pirate Harbor. We are seeing those outer bands spin on in, and now pretty good report coming out of New Smyrna Beach, Mallory.
Yeah, and it made landfall as a Category 4. This is only the 5th time this has happened in Florida history, but we're starting to see our conditions getting a little bit worse here as some of those strong winds move in our direction. So this report is the highest one I've seen so far out of New Smyrna Beach in Volusia County. Sustained winds of 46 miles per hour, a gust up to 74. So those winds are certainly starting to pick up. Now, as we check out the latest on Hurricane Ian, wind speeds have dropped to 140, but this is still a Category 4 major hurricane moving a little bit slower off to the northeast at about 8 miles per hour. And we do have have flood watches, some flood warnings that are in effect, along with a tornado watch that is going to continue through 1 a.m. We've already had a few tornado warnings that have been issued, and even a tornado that touched down in parts of Brevard County.
That's right. And just a quick check on Klystron 13, because we do have rotating bands of very heavy rain and strong storms moving through Seminole, Orange, and Osceola, as well as Brevard County. Not seeing any rotation that's jumping out at me, but each of these storms does have the capability to produce some tornadoes, brief ones tonight. So Eric and Tammy, going to be a long night as I'm already looking out the window watching the trees downtown start to tip back and forth pretty good.
Glad we have Klystron 13, though, because they'll be able to tell us very soon if any of those storms are going to rotate. And by the way, we are waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis. He'll be getting ready to give another briefing here in just a few moments.
You can see right here live from Tallahassee, we are monitoring this to get the latest update for you on details coming out that will give us an idea of things that you need to know statewide as far as continuing to stay safe.
Definitely.
Right now, the White House is directing federal resources here to the Sunshine State, planning ahead for the aftermath of this hurricane.
And Tammy, the administration's providing 110,000 gallons of fuel, 18,000 pounds of propane, as well as generators. They have 3.7 million meals and 3.5 million liters of water.
Well, FEMA is also deploying resources to help us deal with Hurricane Ian. Officials preparing fuel, generators, food and water to dole out. Search and rescue crews are going to be right now moving into position.
And you know, one thing it's making it easier to get these supplies and whatnot into the area is the fact that the governor lifted the tolls.
That's right.
That's certainly going to be very important.
We have a reporter right now we want to get to who is in the Polk County area in Lakeland. Let's toss it right out to Asher Wildman to see what's happening where he is. Asher.
All afternoon, we have been waiting to see if flooding was going to occur in Lakeland. However, you can see the winds really now picking up and sustaining right now in Lakeland. Throughout the day, we have seen some big wind gusts, but now we are seeing just continuous wind from Hurricane Ian. The rain has slowed down just a little bit. It's now more the wind as we are continuing to monitor potential flooding here in downtown Lakeland. Now, I want to bring your attention to the trees to show you what kind of wind we're dealing with. Of course, you can always look at the palms to know how strong wind is. If you see the palm fronds down on the ground, but also this tree behind me, you can see really getting some whippy action to it. We've been driving around Lakeland, and so far we have not seen any trees that have been uprooted out of the ground. But what we have seen are a lot of those limbs from oaks, and whether they're live oaks or water oaks that have fallen down. In fact, we saw some residents a couple hours ago with 2 chainsaws. 5 neighbors went out there to help clear a road from a limb that fell off a tree. But when it comes to the flooding, which is what we are expecting to see as the evening turns into the night and the night turns into the early morning, right now we are still looking good as far as the water levels go, so we are going to continue to monitor potential flooding here in Lakeland. Reporting live from Polk County, Asher Wildman for Spectrum News.
All right, Asher, thank you for that live report. Flooding concerns a big deal, even here in Orlando as well.
Yeah, there is a certain part of Orlando on the near west side called Orlo Vista, and that is where there are bodies of water, and those bodies who live near those bodies of water are feeling a bit of anxiety right now.
That's right. Spectrum News 13's Rebecca Turco. She has been monitoring this community for us and joins us with the latest.
Hi, good evening, guys. Actually, the wind just picked up in the past few minutes. Flooding is such a concern here, and that's because of the history with Hurricane Irma in the area. So these past few hours, I've been talking about a large retention pond, that there are several retention ponds in this area of Orlo Vista that were a concern during that hurricane, and that some folks who live here are concerned about now. To kind of zoom out a little bit, I want to show you what we're dealing with. So we were on the other side of this retention pond here, where there were a couple of houses within that neighborhood. And during Hurricane Irma, that's when some 150 people in that area actually had to be evacuated because the flooding was so severe. And that flooding was because this retention pond and others in the area overflowed because of all of that rain. And we know with Ian that flooding is a concern as we get further and further into the thick of it here in Central Florida. So it's something we're keeping an eye on. We haven't seen any flooding in the area just yet, but it is top of mind mind for so many residents in the area, including a woman I spoke with just a little bit earlier today.
This house is old, it's scary, as you can see, it's concrete. So, you know, I think it pretty much will hold up, as opposed to they said about Irma and everything held up pretty well.
So the rain is ebbing and flowing here. We're going to keep you posted on the very latest. Reporting live in Orlando, Rebecca Turco, Spectrum News.
Okay, and just to the right of Rebecca on the screen, the storm spiraling up the spine of the state, and there is the Rocky camera at the 408 near Crystal Lake. That right near, Tammy, the Orlando Executive Airport.
That's right, and as you can see, just a few cars on the roadway, and this has been a concern that state officials have asked people to stay inside to stay safe. So these are probably people who really need to be out, but we know that we have been urged to stay inside to stay safe.
We're going to take a break, but first a check of weather and the hurricane specifics with Brian.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah, we are continuing to watch Ian as it's on land now, heading in our direction. It is starting to produce some damage, plus some impressive images you might not want to miss coming up on Quaistron 13 of what may be some pretty nasty destruction going on down near the Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte areas. We'll have the very latest track, all the information, and a tornado watch coming up with Weather on the Ones.
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Mobile. You could save up to 60% on your monthly mobile bill. Plus, there are no added taxes, hidden fees, and no contracts. Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator. And in 3 easy steps, you'll instantly see how much money you could save by switching to Spectrum Mobile. See for yourself. Visit spectrummobile.com/save today.
After an injury, you may be thinking, well, I'll just pass. But that pain can last for a lifetime, and a lifetime is a long time. Taking a piece of your health forever is a very big deal. Don't wait. Your time to bring a case is limited. All law firms are not the same.
It's an incredible 4-day sale at Bears Furniture. Save up to 50% or more, including 50% off all Tommy Bahama for one final weekend. Own this customer favorite for 50% off. Want genuine leather? All Natuzzi editions, including special order, now 50% off. We have thousands of items in stock and ready for immediate delivery. All the name brands, all the style, all marked down this weekend, only through Sunday. Wear Bears.
All right, slow down a little bit. Check your mirrors, all of them. I'm doing that. Remember that place? Spent our share of nights there, didn't we?
You know, there's something I want to ask you.
Absolutely.
How do I link my phone?
That's what you want to drive.
When it comes to fighting childhood cancer, we're thinking of every mile. It's your journey.
I just couldn't stay in shape like I used to. But luckily, I found Nugenix.
Nugenix is a unique man-boosting formula that helps increase your free testosterone levels. To get a complimentary bottle, text RANK to 369369.
We have been preparing for over a week. We are prepared, so we're not going to be scared tonight. Things are going to get a little intense, but we're here to cover it for you. I'm Brian Carrick with Mallory Nichols. Chris and Maureen are actually getting a little rest right now to join us again overnight as we continue our coverage. Now, I want to take a look at a radar product here called Debris Detector. We use Quaistron 13. It usually shoots out the signal and it picks up water droplets and ice crystals. But right now, it's showing you debris that is moving on up and into, from earlier, into the Punta Gorda and Charlotte Bay area. Everything in blue, what we're picking up is stuff being lofted into the air. We're going to go to Governor DeSantis DeSantis for some more information on Hurricane Ian.
Storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties. But I would say overwhelmingly it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue, and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane-force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made. But in this situation, you've got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way, way, way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major impacts. We are not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow. And there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor's mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of the storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter-in-place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County, do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately, get into an interior room, and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows. Get low and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the 3-pronged strategy, where you're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck, and there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is, the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it. And then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on, and these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people are we talking about here?
Kevin, you want to take that?
So right now, I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me. Sorry.
Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know. So
when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful, and he said, ask whatever you need, ask us. He was inviting us to request support, and so that we think that this is probably the best thing that we can get at this juncture, given what we're dealing with, and so hopefully we'll get a favorable response on that.
Yeah, Mr. Guthrie mentioned this earlier, but this is obviously a big flooding event, and a lot of these places might not have flood insurance. Do you have a sense of, how exposed a lot of these people are who don't have coverage from flood insurance?
Not yet, but I think the issue is significant in the sense that these are not people that necessarily live in a quote flood zone. They live and they're asked, the realtor says, you're not in a flood zone. Well, they're not going to get the flood insurance, and I totally understand why people don't do that. But just because you're not in a quote flood zone does not mean that you're not at risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly. How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like Citizens. Citizens, I think right now they're between $6 and $7 billion of surplus. Their modeling, based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between $4 and $5 billion in surplus, and so they view themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved, and so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay, then what would happen. And so they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for Citizens, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle this and still have pretty significant reserves. Okay, thanks so much. I'll see you guys.
Right. right. We learned a lot right there from Tallahassee, from the capital city, from not only governor, but many of the state leaders there. As we stand by to hear more details from Orange County leaders, we want to talk about some of the highlights that we just learned from this news conference. Governor Ron DeSantis saying 1.1 million Floridians do not have power, and that situation could grow.
And when that number of 1.1 million, obviously that is that could very well be customers, which a customer could be multiple people.
That's
in
true.
a home.
In a home, it could be very uncomfortable.
So that is a lot more people potentially without power.
That's right.
And so certainly they are paying attention to that. But the governor obviously so thankful for all of the linemen coming from at least 27 states coming down to assist
people
with the restoration.
Let's toss things over to certified meteorologist
Mallory Nichols and Chief
Brian.
Meteorologist Brian Carrick. Yeah.
Hey guys, we are still watching winds on the increase across the area. Mallory, you were saying a gust of 74 miles per hour at New Smyrna Beach, and these winds are going to continue to ramp up tonight.
Yeah, we've been seeing the sustained winds increasing. Those gusts can be even higher, but I want to give you the latest stats here on Hurricane Ian. The newest update just came in at 6 o'clock, and we now have winds down to 130 miles per hour. So yes, it is going in the right direction at this point, dealing with the friction of land, but we still have a Category 4 hurricane, and that is moving over southwestern Florida at this time, and it is off to the northeast at 8 miles per hour. Now, I want to show you one particular advisory that we have right now. We have the tornado watch that's going to continue through 1 a.m., but we also have a flood warning for parts of Seminole, Brevard, Orange, and Osceola County until 8:15. Several inches of rain have already come down, and we are continuing to watch those heavy showers roll through.
That's right, Mallory. Let's take a broad overview of Ian as it's making its way up the peninsula right now and starting to slow a bit. But as we zoom in, the outer bands continue kicking round. Very heavy rain falling in parts of Brevard, also into Seminole and Orange County. We just watched a really good squall roll over Orlando with winds that were starting to increase. We've had winds that are already gusting over 50 to 60 miles per hour, and the potential for some of these thunderstorms to rotate, as Mallory was just mentioning, Greg and Tammy and Eric. We are in a tornado watch until 1 o'clock. Of course, the team here getting all rested up, ready to go for what will be probably a rather intense night here locally.
Yeah, those tropical tornadoes that Brian and Mallory and Maureen were always talking about, they can spin up quickly.
Oh, yeah. Big risk there. Well, hundreds of people are without power already as a hurricane rages on. Governor telling us just a few minutes ago, 1.1 million Floridians will cruise in downtown Bradenton, this is south of us, capturing a transformer actually blowing out. It caused an automatic power outage. There is no power restoration in this area as of yet. You can see how windy conditions are.
Man, my goodness, yeah, it is pretty bad. And as Ian, of course, continues to spiral, look at that. And let's see if they can bring up the sound of it as well. That is a parking garage in Naples that has flooded, and Naples is down in the area of where the storm made landfall. I mean, we're talking about a 45-minute drive from where the actual landfall is, but still down near the center of the storm. My goodness, I mean, that is just so scary. And hearing that chilling sound of the horns going from the car alarms and the panic buttons, that's in Pelican Bay, Naples. So far, Tammy, no serious injuries have been reported, but this is certainly bringing home the point of knowing your evacuation zone. The state has a website with countywide evacuation routes and zone maps.
This is really critical to know this information ahead of time, or to get it and know it in case you do need to leave where you are. We know that coastal counties are at risk to storm surge from tropical storms and hurricanes. That video that you just saw there, just evident how dangerous things can be.
Yeah.
As Hurricane Ian continues to cause so many different issues, several Central Florida attractions have closed.
Yeah, and Disney World, one of many attractions that are going to be closed for the time being, and it's often the brunt of jokes when Disney World closes.
Yeah.
You know something big is going on. They plan to be closed tomorrow as well. A lot of tourists are having to stay put in their resorts, which may not be the worst thing.
We're good. You know, we're still at Disney World because we're staying on property at the Polynesian. And so even though the parks are closed, the hotels are open. As a matter of fact, we can't leave. We're sort of sheltered in place here. But luckily, being at a Disney property is one of the best places on earth to be sheltered in place because they're still taking really good care of us.
I don't know if that's a pun that was intended in the graphic on our screen. Guests riding out the hurricane at Disney.
Get it, right.
There you go. They plan to reopen on Friday if conditions permit.
We want you to take a look at this. This is a look at Hurricane Ian from the International Space Station.
Wow.
I just put this on my Facebook page. It is absolutely mesmerizing. The station, it flew over the storm as it made landfall in Cayo Costa. This is at 3:05 this afternoon, south of Punta Gorda and near Fort Myers. At landfall, winds were registered at 145 miles per hour. And we know there was a second landfall that we had been talking about too, and that was at Pirate Harbor.
And wouldn't you know that Cayo Costa in Florida is the same general area that Hurricane Charlie made landfall in 2004. A lot of people have been comparing this one to Charlie, which you can't do because each hurricane is different. But still, making landfall in pretty much that same pinpointed area. I mean, it's
eerie.
Amazing. Just amazing. Well, we wish them the best. And we're going to continue our coverage this evening and beyond until the threat is gone.
That's right. We have weather updates for you every 10 minutes with your weather on the ones. But the moment something happens, we will be delivering that from the Weather Center to you literally around the clock. Let's get a preview of that, too, right now with certified meteorologist Brian Carrot.
And Tammy and Eric, we have had a few tornado warnings today and a confirmed tornado that touched down east of Deer Park. We were on air with it and saying this is probably on the ground, and we had visual proof of that. We do have a tornado watch in place for a big chunk of Central Florida. Find out who's picking up the nastier storms right now when I return in just a couple of minutes.
Central Florida Beyond the Soundbite, a Spectrum News 13 podcast that offers a closer look inside the issues, available now on the Spectrum News app.
Save thousands at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this weekend at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Major brands of quality hot tubs and Michael Phelps Swim Spas ready for immediate delivery. Financing is available at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo this Friday through Sunday.
This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Clystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection. Available on the App Store and Google Play. And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
Have you or anyone you know served or lived at Camp Lejeune? Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune's water systems may have been infected and contaminated by chloride due to fuel leaks on the property before 1987. If you drank the water or bathed in it or had any water contact while at Camp Lejeune and have been diagnosed with cancer or Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to compensation. As a Marine who was stationed at Camp Lejeune for 4 years, this hits close to home. At Morgan & Morgan, we're fighting for the families affected by this to try to get them the compensation they deserve. So if you've been stationed or visited Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune before 1987 and have cancer or Parkinson's, call us today or visit CampLejeuneInjury.com. Morgan & Morgan, for the veterans.
Call 800-602-7700. 800-602-7700. That's 800-602-7700. Call now.
Don't miss the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this Friday through Sunday at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Relaxation, rehabilitation, or recreation. Unbeatable prices on major brands of hot tubs and quality swim spas that will save you time and money compared to an in-ground pool.
Local Forecast is brought to you by Great Southeast Flooring America in Melbourne, where it costs no more to do it right.
Time right now is 6:11 on a Wednesday that obviously is starting to go downhill as far as our local conditions are concerned. I'm Brian Carrick with Mallory Nichols, Chris Gilson, and Maureen McCann getting some rest because they're going to join us overnight as we take you through an all-night worth of coverage into tomorrow as well. We are here with you until this storm, Ian, moves on out. We've got increasing winds and squalls across the area, and notice here from Sanford, it's a little bit better than about 20 minutes ago. The camera not as bouncing around, but the squalls moving on in. A quick update, we have a tornado watch in place, and this is in effect until 1 a.m. It includes Volusia, Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard counties, again until 1 o'clock. Let's get over to Klystron 13 and see what we've got here on the radar itself. I'll walk up just a little bit, show you the eye that has been on shore now since a little after 3. It made 2 landfalls, one at 3:05 near Cayo Costo, and actually another one near Pirate Harbor at about 4:35. That is down in Charlotte Harbor. So closer to home, we're getting those outer bands, and occasionally these are starting to rotate. A much needed break in the rainfall here in Brevard County, Osceola County. A couple of areas we picked up over 6-7 inches of rain today, and this is just the beginning. Notice this big batch of very heavy rain, northern Brevard, up into Volusia, Seminole, and Orange. I want to see if we've got any wind. Pockets of wind are coming in. So yes, we are going to get into some gusts. Let me start over here. Looks like south of Playa Linda Beach, or the south shores of Playa Linda Beach. We've got some winds close to 60. Mallory had mentioned earlier a gust that was actually to about 74 at New Smyrna Beach. Into the metro we go. We've been watching little pockets of very heavy wind here, now starting to encompass Dr. Phillips. Looks like 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Downtown, a squall with gusts to 40 out toward Windermere, Winter Garden Village. Get out there toward Independence Parkway and the brand new developments around it with winds that are at least 40 to 50 miles per hour. I mentioned earlier we had a tornado that actually touched down. We were using Klystron 13, said there has to be a tornado on the ground, and we have video proof of that. This, let me get out of the way. This is coming from Gabriel Taylor. This is east of Deer Park. That is a tornado on the ground, and Gabriel out there in a safe position to capture this video. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Again, this is why we are on air. You'll see the spin. And we did have what probably was a damaging tornado in northwestern Indian River County earlier as well. Speaking of damage, unfortunately, we're looking at catastrophic damage occurring today. Port Charlotte, Venice, back up through places like Arcadia, Northport, areas in Charlotte Harbor. Locally, the storm continues its path tonight, tomorrow morning, a Cat 1, as it's crossing into Polk County. It's probably going to hold that status up to Orange and Osceola County, and then start to weaken just a touch as a tropical storm during the day tomorrow. But with it, not only the wind, but a tremendous amount of rain coming in. This is at midnight, 12:45, the eye coming up across Osceola County. Notice at 4 a.m., still getting batches of very, very heavy rain. Some spots are more than likely going to pick up in excess of 10 to 20 inches, maybe even a couple of feet. Now kind of adjusting, it looks like parts of Lake Orange, Volusia, Flagler County, maybe even Seminole County picking up the highest. How about some good news? Tammy and Eric, the weekend, I know it's going to unfortunately be a weekend of cleanup. Dry. Dew points drop. Temperatures will stay below 90.
Let's do that again. We're getting close to the end. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and the light is in the form of sunshine.
Still so many
I know.
hours to go. Thank you, Brian, for that.
We'll take the sunshine to help that cleanup effort.
We know Brandon T. Jones is standing by for us in Daytona Beach. Let's check in with him to see what the conditions are like where he is.
And I think we're having some issues with his audio. I tell you what, we'll pause, we'll get back to Brandon. We're gonna let him get his audio. We can see him here on the side monitor. We're gonna let you know when Brandon T. Jones has his audio situation fixed. Undoubtedly because of the rain, things are just getting mucked up a little bit, but yeah, that's okay. It sounds like we have connection with Brandon T. Jones. Brandon, can you hear us?
Good, yeah.
We can hear you. Take it away.
Yep. Yep, I got you. I've got you now. And yeah, last time I spoke with you, I was mentioning how the rain and the wind was really starting to pick up. And because that wind is picking up, we can actually see tubs of generators right here at a hotel. We just decided to come check out. And, you know, they told us that they're preparing for the power to go out. And this is something that we've been seeing, people coming here to stay at a hotel as they prepare for their power to go out at their own homes. And they're also, just within the last few hours or so, the county put a curfew county-wide at 8 p.m. tonight. Volusia Sheriff's Office is calling this a common sense curfew. So they're asking for anyone who doesn't need to be on the roads to reduce traffic and stay hunkered down inside of their homes. But as I mentioned, these generators right here are going to be helping out a lot of people in terms of when that power goes off tonight, just trying to supply them with anything that they can to help them feel comfortable, help them feel relaxed in the midst of this storm once it hits a little bit later tonight. And as I mentioned, there is a countywide curfew throughout Volusia County that begins at 8 p.m. tonight. So that will go into place at 8 p.m. And tomorrow, that same countywide curfew will repeat through Friday as well. Reporting live in Daytona Beach, Brandon T. Jones, Spectrum News.
Brandon, just a quick question if we can get back to you real fast. Do you know the agency that is going to be working with these generators and who might be able to get that help? Is that the county?
This is the county, and I've also seen Florida Power Lines as well come here over to this hotel as well. So I'm seeing Emergency Response Team, FPL, they'll be working along with these situations. So also seeing Port City Event Solutions, who has some of these particular generators as well.
Great. I know they got them all tied down. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you for that.
Yeah, generators, that's what they're called. They are certainly a hot commodity when you have a tropical system here in Florida. So certainly, hopefully, they will not have to go to use, but they are there when they are ready. Okay, we are going to continue with our coverage, our live in-depth team coverage of Hurricane Ian right after this. And as we head to break, there's the RP funding camera looking over Sanford. The camera shaking just a bit. It's looked worse, but it still could get worse as we get deeper into the evening.
A lot of concern there as boats are locked down there in the marina. Keep it here.
We'll be right back.
Here are your winning lottery numbers.
Forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
The following portion of Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
There's plenty of reasons to celebrate with Spectrum Mobile. Because now you can get the best deal in mobile. Unlimited talk, text, and data on 2 lines for just $29.99 a line. Call 833-261-2999. Switch and save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Now that's worth celebrating. Plus, enjoy nationwide 5G and the most reliable service coast to coast. Get Spectrum Mobile with unlimited for $29.99 a line. Call 833-261-2999. With Spectrum Mobile, your options are truly unlimited. And that includes no contracts, no added taxes, and no hidden fees. Choose from a variety of the latest phones, or bring your own. Join the nation's fastest growing mobile provider and get the best deal in mobile. Unlimited talk, text, and data for just $29.99, all with no contracts, no added taxes, and no hidden fees. Call 833-261-2999. Click SpectrumMobile.com or visit a store near you.
Everybody.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Santa Fe. Get a Hyundai Santa Fe with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Attention mothers, did you take Tylenol or other acetaminophen pain-relieving products while pregnant? Recent evidence suggests children whose mothers took Tylenol while pregnant may be more likely to develop autism. Other acetaminophen products at risk include Excedrin, NyQuil, Dayquil, and other store-brand pain relievers. Children with autism have a hard time interacting with others. Those on the spectrum usually begin exhibiting social symptoms by the time they're 8 to 10 months old. Call now for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-608-1425.
Hurricane Ian making 2 landfalls today. The first one, 3:05 this afternoon at Cayo Costo, and the second one at 4:35, and that was at Pirate Harbor, both in Charlotte Bay, and this is an area down near Port Charlotte. If you're not familiar with the southwest areas of Florida, this is just north of Fort Myers, and that is where some of the strongest wind continues at this time. We actually are getting the outer bands. Those outer bands are actually producing the potential for tornadoes. This is video from Gabriel Turner, and we are watching a tornado that we were on air actually discussing. We kept saying, boy, we've got the bright reds and the bright greens. There has to be something on the ground coming out of Indian River County into Brevard and Osceola. This again was over toward the eastern sections of Osceola County and the western Brevard, just east of Deer Park. Hopefully nothing was damaged in this one, but I have a feeling we did have some damage in that same storm way down in Indian River County as I was getting debris in our debris detector at the time. So this is why we have the tornado watch in place, in effect here until 1, Volusia, Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard. Not to say you might not see an isolated spin up west of that watch, but overall chances are a little lower as we're a little closer to the center of circulation as it rolls by us. We're already starting to see trees come down. The ground is saturated. This is from Michelle in Mims. How about a picture from Hannah in Geneva and that rain standing? Some spots have picked up over 6-7 inches already. And tree damage in Winter Springs from April as a large tree branch came down. So again, this system, Ian, it's making landfall. Category 4 so far with winds that were recorded at 150 at landfall. Winds have come down to 130. And we continue to see that drop because it is on land and the friction helped to start slow it down, kind of open it up a little bit more. So what it's doing, unfortunately, is spreading out that wind. So as I take a look quickly at Klystron 13, I've centered or kind of circled the center just south of Arcadia, and winds in red that are going toward the radar, or I should say away from the radar, up in Tampa and toward the radar here. It looks like we've got winds that are about 80 to 110 in green, winds of about 70 to 102 in red. And this is all kind of translating, but as I mentioned, by the time it reaches us, the good news is that we're not going to see that kind of wind. But with the rainfall that we've seen and sustained winds that are going to be very high for a long period of time, we will see some trees toppling. So let's take a look at Klystron 13 a little closer to home here. And we are watching the heavy rainfall that is falling in parts of Brevard County, Orange, up through Seminole and Volusia in particular. Little clusters of storms with some rotation trying to develop here and there. Not seeing huge areas of rotation, but these are moving so fast. They are trying to spin a little bit. I want to take a look at rainfall totals. This is just the 3-hour rainfall, so this isn't even what we picked up today, but notice some of these bright yellows coming into Orange, Brevard, and Osceola County. How about a sampling of over 3-4 inches? This would be out toward OIA, Lake Nona, Lake Hart, Weehawhoty, back down through Narcoossee, Harmony. You've picked up about the same, so all of this rainfall adding to the potential for flooding tonight. Very quick look at the path as it continues to move off toward the north-northeast, still spreading very heavy rain. It will be intense overnight. So just kind of take a few deep breaths. Hopefully you're home. Hopefully you are staying safe, tuning in as we continue our coverage. I want to share some good news here in the 7-day forecast, and that tomorrow, yes, it will be rather intense at times. In the morning, we see huge improvement Friday afternoon with some sunshine peeking through Friday afternoon. And right now, Eric and Tammy still focused on the weekend. It will be a weekend of cleanup area-wide, but dry conditions both Saturday and Sunday with comfortable air in place, highs low to mid-80s.
And that's going to be good in case the
People
power
have
goes out.
outages,
We can
correct.
open up the windows
That's
and
right.
get the fresh air in, so that'll be good.
Thank you, Brian. We're going to go right now to our Greg Pallone. He is live from Brevard County, where a ghost ship is actually washed up in South Melbourne Beach. Tell us more there. I see some kids behind you, too, along the shoreline.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Yeah, we got a crowd out here, Tammy and Eric, just to check out this ghost ship. The mystery is, where did this ship come from? We've seen on the side there's a decal that says Florida Keys, so that's our assumption. The question is, was this brought in by Ian or maybe even Fiona over the last few weeks? We're told by a local that this thing washed up yesterday. And the question is, how long did it travel? It's some 200-something miles down to at least some of the Keys from where we are here in South Melbourne Beach. But this thing is battered and beaten. It doesn't have a sail. It's kind of got some cracked windows and that type of thing. So, again, it's beaten and battered, and we have a ghost ship, a mystery. Did Ian bring this in or Fiona? We may never know, but we'll see if we can find out the answers. Live in Melbourne Beach, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News 13.
Baffling for sure. Okay, we have an update now with Orange County, and Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings is speaking right now. Well, let's get the important information.
Approximately 10 miles per hour, so it's moving relatively slow. But later tonight, we are anticipating the most damaging and significant winds and flooding here within Orange County. The strongest threat from Hurricane Ian is projected to come through Orange County late tonight into early morning hours. Winds are expected between 55 to 70 miles per hour and gusts up to 100 miles an hour. I can tell you not long ago when we were out and about doing some windshield type of analysis here within our community, we could already see some debris that has already blown out of the trees, etc. And we have not come close to seeing the worst of the wind speeds within our county. We're also anticipating up to 2 feet of rain. There's no question we're going to have some flooding here within our area. We just ask that our residents be patient. If you dial 911, we will come. Orange County also remains under a tornado watch until approximately 1 a.m. Tomorrow morning. Just over 1,100 people are in Orange County's 7 general population shelters at this time. I do remind you that we have 3 shelters which have been dedicated for special needs individuals within our community. Also, the shelters that are currently open: Apopka High School, Timber Creek High School, Ocoee High School, Dr. Phillips High School, and Memorial Middle School. As of 5 p.m., 2 more shelters were open. They are Timber Springs Middle School and Southwest Middle School. So far, within our special needs shelters, we have approximately 71 people who are there. We reported to you earlier that we thought that it was important that we go into our low-lying areas and our mobile home parks to remind people who may still be in those parks that it is recommended that they evacuate. I will tell you that our first responders were in those areas, and a few people did take advantage of that. We relocated them to various shelters, but the majority of the individuals had relocated themselves. They had gone to stay with families, or they had gone into the hotels or other places within our community. Yesterday and again today, our fire rescue department went out and visited all 79 of the mobile home parks to urge residents to move to hardened structures. Links provided a bus service to assist with this mission. We have reports of a few power outages throughout the county. The Maitland Winter Park area has reported sporadic outages, and I believe we have one other area in the city of Orlando around the Lou Gardens area that is reporting some power outages at this time. We have been working with our various utility companies to make certain that we are taking care of the needs of the residents who are without power. I will remind everyone that during periods of widespread and extended power outages, residents are asked to reduce their water usage where possible. When power is restored, it is important to limit large immediate water usage in dishwashers, washing machines, and even within your bathtubs, as well as any large quantities of water which we are flushing down the drains. And this is immediately after a power outage. I only say that to you because we are experiencing some sporadic power outages at this time. The Orlando Utilities Commission asked that we read a statement on their behalf, and I am going to do so at this time. OUC is prepared for the storm's potential impacts to our service area and is ready to respond. Electric and water crews are in place and ready to restore services as needed, and while it is safe to do so. They're grateful for the many in-state and out-of-state crews who are providing support, including the more than 100 who are already here, along with OUC's own line and water technicians, and many others who will join OUC after the storm. Customers are encouraged to visit the OUC site at ouc.com/storm center if you need additional information. They also ask that customers sign up for outage alerts. Those alerts are often in English and Spanish by texting REG to 69682. That's REG to 69682, and that's my OUC. And with that, I wanted to just share with you, we do have several of our department directors here. Dr. Raul Pino has been working in concert with our team around the shelters, and we have Ms. Diana Almodovar, who is here, who has been working with our Public Works Department. If there are any questions from you regarding either of those areas, we would ask them to come up. To the Spanish-speaking media, we do have the ability to interpret any questions that you may have in Spanish. Ms. Martha Lee Irizarry will assist me with that process. We also have our Director of Public Safety, Danny Banks, who is here, and our Emergency Manager, Division Chief Avery with Orange County Fire Rescue. With that, we'll open it up for any questions at this time.
Should people in Orange County be prepared for widespread power outages? And if so, about when are you expecting that?
The question was, should people in Orange County be prepared for widespread power outages? The simple answer is yes. This is going to be a significant wind challenge for us, and because of that, we know that we're going to have down power lines, etc. So they should prepare for that. And whether you're within the OUC or the Duke Energy territory, we just ask that you sign up for the alerts, as we just talked about, if you want to alert to your phone if power goes down, your cell phone, etc. So thank you. All right, other questions? Okay. All right, Martha Lee Irizarry is going to come up. Martha Lee, you got it? You got the question.
What was the question again? Okay, are Orange County residents expecting a lot of power outages?
And the answer was yes.
Do you want to say it again?
You want me to say it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. She wants you to say the whole answer, and I'll translate.
All right. So the simple answer is yes.
La contestación es que sí, que deben de esperar que hayan apagones de luz en el condado durante la tormenta.
We know that we will experience significant power outages because of the magnitude of the storm that we're dealing with.
Sabemos que vamos a experienciar bastantes apagones de luz por la magnitud del huracán.
If you want to sign up for power outage alerts, you can certainly go to the OUC website at ouc.com/stormcenter.
Si quieren estar al tanto en cuanto a apagones en el área, pueden inscribirse a la página web del OUC, que es ouc.com, con el /Storm Center.
¿Cómo esperan ustedes que sean las próximas horas? ¿Ustedes les piden a la gente que ya no salga a la calle? ¿Desde qué hora?
How do you expect the next few hours to go? Are you asking for people not to be out at certain times?
We have asked that everyone shelter in place at this time.
Estamos pidiendo que a todas las personas que se alojen en donde estén ya para esta hora.
Within the next perhaps a period of time.
En las próximas 12 to 18.
So that is in Orange County where we're getting an update. Lots of good information from the mayor. We're going to take you just east of us so we can see what's happening in Polk County. But there are a few key things that Mayor Deming said that I think are really important. 1,100 people right now in Orange County shelters. 3 of those are special needs shelters. He did say that they have opened 2 more shelters that we weren't aware of, which is new information. Southwest Middle School as well as Timber Creek Middle School. So there's plenty of space that's available for people who might be uncomfortable or feel like they're in dangerous way and need to go ahead and get out right now, though they have really recommended people not be out and about.
Yeah, and one of the biggest inconveniences after a storm or during a storm is the loss of electricity. I've been looking, we've been hearing different numbers. Statewide, there's more than 1 million customers without power right now. I would imagine the majority of those are down in Southwest Florida where the storm made landfall. But I was looking at Duke Energy's map, which covers a large chunk of Central Florida. Mayor Demings had mentioned sporadic power outages in Maitland and Winter Park, but I've been seeing a large chunk of them out on, the St. Pete area, Pinellas Park, and I mean, we're looking at hundreds and thousands of people without power there, so it's going to be a little bit of time.
The mayor said the strongest threat, and I quote, to Orange County will be late tonight. Let's go down right now to see what's happening in Polk County. That's where Asher Wildman is. Tell us a little bit about what's going on in Lakeland. Are you still in downtown Lakeland?
Hurricane Ian continues to be felt in Lakeland right now. The wind gusts continue to pick up. In fact, we have a confirmed wind gust of 63 miles an hour. That's the fastest one we've seen here in Lakeland. Now, you can see in downtown Lakeland, the lights are on. However, we do have confirmed power outages here in Lakeland. Also, all throughout the day, we've been talking about occasional wind gusts. Well, now we have current, steady wind. Look at the tree line behind me. Even the palm fronds, they're bending as well. The rain is coming down harder. The wind is starting to pick up. Again, 63 miles an hour. There's one of those big gusts right there for you. 63 mile an hour wind gusts is what we have recorded so far as the fastest right now in Lakeland. We are getting reports, however, from people in Lakeland telling us that their power is being out. We also are starting to see more tree limbs go down. No full trees being uprooted just yet. Mostly just limbs and branches that are coming down in people's yards and along residential areas. The flooding, that was another thing we were looking out for here in Lakeland. Right now, we're still good. We are in the low spot here in downtown Lakeland. We don't even have puddling at the moment, but what we do have is hard, fast, steady rain coming down, as well as winds that continue to get stronger and stronger. Reporting live in Lakeland, Asher Wildman for Spectrum News.
All right, looks rough out there, Asher. Be safe out there. Thank you very much. And if your power does go out, make sure you stay with us because we'll be here still. We have big generators on our building, but we are streaming right now on the Spectrum News app as well as mynews13.com. So on your fully charged devices, make sure you can stay with us.
Much more after the break. Keep it here, everyone. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Trust isn't a given.
It has to be earned. It has to be kept. It's a trek we make in the stories we tell and the balance we strike, the communities we connect, voices we share. We've been on this journey for a long time.
Hello, I'm Annika Pergament. You're watching Spectrum News.
We're here to illuminate how the national stories impact your local community.
So this one-size-fits-all network upgrade is the best you guys can do?
Better than that. It's the only thing we do.
That's how we know it's right for you.
You're just gonna have to accept it.
Yeah, accept it.
No, you don't. At Spectrum Enterprise, we design solutions around your needs for success on your terms. Because we believe technology only works if it works for you. So go ahead. Be unreasonable.
When I first saw a turtle, my heart was full. Now I'm anything but lonely.
We had this deep connection, this heart connection.
He just wants to be close to you and part of your life.
Every day with turtle is a perfect day.
When I'm holding her, it makes me feel calmer.
I think everything he does shows how much he loves us.
When we adopt a shelter pet, we discover they're a little bit of a lot of things.
But they're all pure love.
We are connected, engaged, from the moment we rise. We move. We adjust. We learn, explore, relax, and grow together so we're ready to build a better tomorrow. Stay informed throughout your day with the Spectrum News app, exclusively for Spectrum customers.
Attractions Insider, a weekly Spectrum News podcast with the inside scoop on your favorite Florida attractions. Available now on the Spectrum News app.
Now at 6:42 on a Wednesday. I'm Brian Carrick with Mallory Nichols, Maureen McCann, and Chris Gilson getting some rest. Going to get Amy Sweezy in here to help us out tomorrow and on Friday as well. And Rob Eicher in on the weekend to help us cover some activity as well, though it's going to be so much quieter. I think Rob's got the good shift, Mal. He's going to be here Sunday, and we're expecting gorgeous conditions on Sunday. Not so nice out there right now. Our RP funding cam in Sanford showing us a squall moving on by. We got a pretty good squall moving into eastern Orange County. And these squalls, by the way, the potential for producing some isolated tornadoes. So we do have a tornado watch in place for Volusia, Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard County until 1 a.m. Again, we're going to be here throughout the night. We'll be here tomorrow all day, and we'll be here to Friday to cover this storm as it continues. Let me walk up very quickly, point out the eye, it is starting to shrink quite a bit as it slides across Interstate 75. Winds are down less than 130 miles per hour now. Let's take a look as I stop down, though. I want to take a look at the velocity as we've got the bright whites, or bright reds and the bright greens indicating the very high wind that is still translating north, and we're already starting to see the tropical storm force winds up into southern Polk County. Okay, let's talk closer to home here. We still have rain pretty much area-wide, the exception western Marion County, big chunk of southern and central Brevard and Osceola County, but this big heavy band of rain continues to slide across northern Brevard, Volusia, Seminole, and Orange. This one is producing some gusty wind as it comes on into Orlando. Not picking that up too well here on Clystron 13 because it is coming in fairly fast and very heavy. So Chiliota, UCF, Waterford Lakes out toward Waterford Lakes Town Center, University Park, and extending back down, looks like the 417 all the way down to the beach line, Lake Nona, Lake Hart, OIA, obviously Orlando International closed. This is translating quickly off toward the west. So downtown Orlando, Orlo Vista, Pine Hills, extending down through places like SeaWorld and International Drive, set for this batch. I mentioned the tornado watch. And the other big concern is going to be flooding rain. Nicholas and Mims sharing a picture of some flooding already underway. And with a tremendous amount of moisture coming north, some of us are going to see 1, possibly upwards of 2 feet of rain before all is said and done. So we will have some historic flooding going on in parts of Central Florida. Notice to take it through tonight and into tomorrow morning. The eye coming up over Osceola County, still rotating around, big batches of very heavy rain. So some of you have been dealing with rain all day with very few breaks. That will be the case tonight. During the day tomorrow, this is 6:30, shortly after sunrise, 9 o'clock, the eye coming up and over Brevard County. But at that point, it has opened up. It's more of a center of circulation and weakening tropical storm. But notice how the tropical storm is still kicking back huge areas of rainfall right through tomorrow. This is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We continue one more round here, 4:30. Finally start to see some huge breaks, and we're going to kind of clear things out. I mentioned earlier, Tammy and Eric, it looks like we have a gorgeous, gorgeous weekend ahead as we bring in drier air. Actually, need to adjust this, and my apologies. I need to adjust that. No rain this weekend.
That's going to be good.
No rain this weekend.
And cooler temperatures at night, which will allow us to open up our windows too, right? If we have no power.
Just a problem, the mosquitoes.
Yeah. Well, that's all right.
Let's check in right now to see what's going on in Seminole County. We have heard from Alan Harris during the news conferences giving us updates, but let's see what's going on at the county emergency operations, where we know lots of different agencies are behind you, and we've got people there working around the clock. What are some of your biggest concerns at this very hour for Seminole County folks?
Flooding. Flooding is our biggest concern right now. We just heard from the National Weather Service, meteorology and hydrologists, that we could be looking at historic flooding here in the county. We're hoping that forecast does not transpire, but certainly we are preparing for that with swift water rescue teams and other types of teams that will be able to go out and rescue people. Hopefully that will, again, not be necessary, but that is certainly something we are concerned about. The wind is picking up here in the county, and it's right now some gusts pretty strong, but throughout the night, these always seem to hit us in Central Florida at night for some reason. But that's going to be challenging for us because very heavy winds at night. Of course, it makes it very difficult to rescue, and at some point, we may have to not rescue. We may have to put that on a priority list and then respond after the worst of the storm passes by. So those are some concerns. We are still in the tornado area of the hurricane, so that is also another concern. We are ready to respond to those as necessary.
Alan, do you have a curfew going into effect in Seminole County or any of the municipalities?
We don't at this point. That is something we continue to discuss as a group, and as soon as it becomes unsafe for anyone to travel about, we would issue that. That is simply to let people know that it is unsafe now. The traffic signals may be down, they may be broken, they may be without power, and we don't want anyone to lose their life. So that's when we would issue that curfew until we could get the signals back up, the generators out to the traffic signals as necessary, or make sure that there are no roads that are washed out, because again, we're looking at some pretty historic flooding here in the county. So those are things that we're going to be looking at. We know that there's going to be power outage. There always is with these types of events. In Hurricane Irma, 75% of the county was without power. This is a longer duration event, so power already has become a little bit of an issue. 4,000 plus customers here in the county without power, and that's just growing now.
What would you say to people, Alan, who are watching us right now? It's dark outside, it's hot, right? It's hot, it's humid, it's wet, and they want to make a run for it to see if they can get to a shelter. I have heard some officials saying, please don't risk it, stay inside. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so in Seminole County, I had to look at the rain and winds right now. So, we're a small county, so I would say find the nearest shelter. If you are in a mobile home and manufactured home, you're still there for some reason, find that nearest shelter. Luckily, Seminole County is very small. There's not a lot of people on the road. Drive very slowly because those that are on the road, it's going to be very dangerous conditions. Drive very slowly to get to that shelter. We are still allowing people, we are still seeing people come into the shelter at this hour. Some people, just like you said, have changed their minds and now they want to come to the shelter. Power is going to be out for weeks. certainly days, because the power companies will not be able to, at some point, they will not be able to respond anymore, and we're getting very close to that spot. So when that happens, no power restoration until Friday, and that's when the earliest we could get our crews on the roadway.
Okay, Alan Harris, Director of the Seminole County Emergency Operations Center, thank you so much for spending some time with us this evening. We appreciate it. Stay safe. And we are going to take a break and be back with much more coverage after this.
.321 Plastics is your one-stop shop for all your display needs. From eyeglass holders to pedestals, custom cut sizes available. Orders shipped directly from our warehouse. Come check us out today.
I was hit by a big truck and decided to call attorney Dan Newland for help. Dan won my case and got me $325,000.
If you've been involved in a car accident, allow me to fight for you. Call me now at 407-888-8000.
Two things you can always count on with hurricane season. Every hurricane is different.
Klystron 13 actually able to pick up on those out-of-rain bands.
And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm.
We are monitoring 2 disturbances in the Atlantic.
Tracking storms coast to coast with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared. The weather experts only on Spectrum News 13, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
Auto Expo 95 is officially open. Over 350 quality pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Located right off I-95 and 520. 20 minutes from everywhere. Brevard County's hybrid headquarters and best electric vehicle selection can be found at Auto Expo 95. You get transparent pricing, 195-point inspection, and more. Your worries are defeated. Auto Expo 95. Modern car buying. Local experience.
Indian River Furniture's biggest sale of the year is this Saturday, one day only. Indian River's greatest one-day breakfast sale. Enjoy our famous continental breakfast until 11, and you could win a $1,000 Indian River Furniture gift card at 4. Plus, get a free gift card up to $250 with purchase. Shop Brevard's best collection of furniture and save on our incredible selection of lamps, artwork, and decorative items. Indian River Furniture's greatest one-day sale this Saturday only. Indian River Furniture, Brevard's trusted leader for home furnishing since 1939.
I was crashed into by a careless driver, and attorney Dan Newland got me $510,000.
Involved in a car accident? Let's get started. Call me at 407-888-8000.
Dan, your team was the best. Thank you.
.53. I know that we're a little past the ones, but obviously with so much going on and trying to cover weather as best as we can and get you the very most important information, we're going to come to you throughout the night at various times. Just realize that we are here for you, and we're going to be here all night and into tomorrow as well. A tornado watch, it is in place until 1 o'clock. It includes Volusia, Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard County. Over to Klystron 13 we go. The eye, by the way, collapsing a bit now in South Florida, but what that's going to do is translate a lot of wind north. And with that wind and the very heavy rain, what that means is we're going to start to topple some trees, and we're going to begin to see some more widespread power outages. So get everything charged now if you haven't done so already, and to be prepared for some power outages to come. Klystron 13 showing us another squall, some pretty good squalls coming into Brevard, Volusia, Seminole, as well as Orange County. And as a matter of fact, getting little bursts of wind. They're coming up and down the I-4 corridor now. I tracked these out, but at this point, just realize that you're in the path, and you will continue to get rounds of this going throughout the night. And I should mention that what you need to do is just stay put tonight. Do not go outside and into this. Just stay home. And if you've got the kids watching, hey kids, let your parents monitor what's going on with Ian. Gather some books to read. If you get a little nervous during storms in general and you're not a kid, gather some good books, read some books, dive into a good movie on your tablet or your iPhone. Of course, we also have the Spectrum News app for parents to monitor Ian if the electricity does go out. Play some games, listen to music. Just keep yourself busy as it gets a little intense tonight. This is a look at the wind impacts. By 10 o'clock, we've got winds that are sustaining of tropical storm storm to severe limits. 58 miles per hour, by the way, is a wind that is considered a severe wind. That comes into Osceola County, southwestern Orange, Southern Lake. Notice the red. That is wind over 74 miles per hour. That is hurricane force coming up over Winter Haven, Lake Placid, coming up toward Poinciana. This is 3 a.m., but we keep that together coming up over Lake Nona, Lake Hart, Orlando International Airport, 7 a.m. around sunrise. Wide area of winds to 58 plus. Volusia County all the way back to Marion, Sumter, and all points to Brevard as well. That little area of hurricane force winds up through Orange and Seminole through late morning, early afternoon, and we start to finally relax the winds just a touch as we get into tomorrow evening, but still going to be looking at least 39 mile per hour winds, and then we'll finally start to bring that down Friday night, at least getting the gusts down there as well. A very quick county by county for you. Winds of up to 90 miles per hour in those gusts here in Osceola County overnight. Winds that are going to be driving not only the rain, but also with the soggy ground toppling some of those trees. Orange County, gusts also could approach 90, 12 to 18 inches of rain. As we take you to Seminole County, gusts to 85 possible, 12 to 18 inches of rain. How about a look at Marion Lake at Sumter County? Looks like gusts could approach 80, especially in Lake County, southern Lake County. And as we get you into Flagler and Volusia County, if we see any gusts to 80, southern Volusia County, 10 to 15 inches of rain. In Brevard County, some of those gusts to 75, 12 to 18 inches of rain, and you've already picked up 6, 7, 8, 9 inches in parts of Brevard County. 7-day forecast, rain at 100% tomorrow, squalls and wind. Friday, a huge improvement quickly in the afternoon. Tammy and Eric, we are going to see some sunshine Friday afternoon, and Saturday and Sunday, you saw it there. I have removed the rain. Unfortunately, that point will be cleanup.
Yes, and hopefully not too much, but
Right.
at least we'll get a reprieve from the rain.
Exactly.
Thank you, Brian.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. All right, and that's going to do it for this hour. Our coverage, of course, of Hurricane Ian continues. I'm Eric Levy. I'm going to be tossing it over and letting Greg Angel take over, and he'll be with Tammy for the rest of the evening, and I'll be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow during our continued coverage. Have a good and safe evening, and take it easy.
Back in a moment.